All right, guys. Well, today we have building permit data, housing starts, Canada CPI, as well as Morgan Stanley and Bank of America earnings. So honestly, we got a lot of stuff here today. We're a little bit late with the stream, so my apologies. We're just not waking up in the morning. But what's up, Dan? Goldman Sachs, yeah. Oh, dude, I got the wrong bank here. Oh, man. We got Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley earnings. No, we got Goldman Sachs and Bank of America. My fault. We don't have Morgan Stanley. We have Goldman Sachs. There you go. BS and BAC earnings. We're in Google still, so we bought Google yesterday. Let me fix the... For whatever reason, I thought we had Bank of America earnings today, but it doesn't look like we do. Instead, we have Morgan Stanley. So we have MS and GS. Or no, we do have Bank of America. Okay, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs is what we have. There we go. All right, so we do have Bank of America, Goldman Sachs. Okay, good. We just don't have Morgan Stanley. I'll have to look up when Morgan Stanley is. So yeah, BAC earnings. You see a lot of stuff's gapping up. Netflix had earnings yesterday. I didn't cover it. Honestly, if I'm being honest, I completely forgot it was yesterday. We also have Bank of New York, Lockheed Martin. But it looks like Netflix has already dropped theirs, huh? And then today we have building permit data. Wait, today is Netflix, dude? So today is Tuesday, right? The 18th. Okay, let me make sure I got my date right. Yeah, Tuesday the 18th. Maybe earnings whisper is off. I don't know. It says Netflix is out with theirs already. Oh, yeah, wait. Today is Netflix. I didn't miss it. Okay, y'all are right. Okay, yeah, you're actually right. So today is Netflix. We just didn't cover it. Or they just don't have it yet. So we didn't miss it. SPY ripping up today. And again, we bought Google yesterday. We're still in it. We're going to let it work here. I'm going to put up some indicators so I can try to use this. I like using the 200 EMA and the volume weighted average price. Microsoft's still up pretty big here. Yeah, it's after close today. All right. Yeah, Google's looking okay, though. Google bounced back pretty heavily. Bank of America expecting. Yeah, I'm looking at them. It shows that Bank of America is expecting, and they dropped theirs in about 20 minutes. In about 21 minutes. Bank of America is expecting, on my end, at least 79-cent EPS profit on 25.57 billion in sales, at 4.2% growth. Goldman Sachs is expecting $8.14 EPS on 13.08 billion in sales on minus 8.6% growth. Lockheed Martin expecting 608 on 15.08 billion. So yeah, these come out a little bit earlier. All right, so we're gonna switch it from. Let me save this. All right. Yeah, today we have Canadian CPI housing starts as well. Building permit data. Let me get the poll going here. So we're going to do a poll regarding all these earnings, and then we might switch it over once building permit data comes out. Let me get the poll going here. So what's up, Beach? Do bank earnings hit or miss today? Do bank earnings beat or miss? Vote on this poll. Again, Google's up nicely here today. Our Google trade looking really solid here. Again, we made some money on it. We're going to see if we can keep making money on it. All right, so we're going to put this up on screen. So, yeah, Bank of America drops their numbers at 6:45. So that's in about 20 minutes. Goldman Sachs drops theirs in about 45 minutes or so, a little bit over 45 minutes, maybe 48 minutes is when Goldman Sachs drops theirs. And again, we'll put the numbers up on screen on what to expect here. It's scheduled for a 6:45 a.m. drop. Expecting 79-cent profit EPS. Goldman is expecting 8.14 profit per share, which is a big EPS on 13.08 billion. All right, so Goldman drops at 7:15 a.m. So here's the bank's full earnings today expectations here. So here's the full earnings expectations right here in chat. We'll put this up on screen. There you go. So that's what to expect for bank earnings today. What's up, DS? Yeah, so Johnson & Johnson dropped already as well. Let's take a look at those. It's relatively big earnings day. You can see Johnson & Johnson all the way up there at 168.30s here for Johnson & Johnson. 168. They never confirmed theirs, but they're raising their quarterly dividend by 5.3% from $1.13 per share to $1.19 for Johnson & Johnson. They also raised their guidance. They posted 268 EPS versus 251 estimate. So they beat on EPS, which is profitability. And then on sales, they posted 24.75 billion, beat the 23.67 billion estimates. So Johnson & Johnson beat on both metrics, raised their quarterly dividend, and had higher than expected guidance numbers for Johnson & Johnson. So again, Johnson & Johnson did much better than expected. We'll put these numbers up on the chat. Yeah, appreciate it, Joshua. Johnson all the way up to 168 right now. And again, you can see their numbers right here in chat. Here is Johnson & Johnson's numbers. Pretty good day yesterday in terms of trading. I'm not a big hockey watcher. I used to play hockey, but I never actually watched it. It was always I have ADHD pretty bad, and so I don't really have the attention span to watch hockey. I don't know how I can watch baseball, but for whatever reason, baseball is almost therapeutic to watch. It's boring, but I think I call baseball like a dopamine reset. So like there's so many things that we use in modern age that take away our attention. Phones, mobile applications, iPads, video games, reels, shorts, TikTok, all that stuff. It's all bad for you, to be honest. It's not good for you. It's not good for your attention span. You get so many different context changes in short periods of time that it kind of dwindles down your attention span. I see baseball as kind of the counter to that. And so it's like you can watch baseball and it's similar to MMA in that regard, where like most of the time it's going to be boring. Most of the time it's going to be boring, especially if it's like a pitcher's duel or something like that. But it's actually good for your attention span because what it does is it's more realistic to your natural environment, where you get boring, small little moments of excitement, and then it goes back to boring and that's normal life. That's the most healthy thing for our brains. So when I watch baseball, I do see it as like a therapeutic thing where it's like, but maybe I'm just different. I don't know. Point is, I can never watch hockey. My attention span never allowed me to. All right, guys. Microsoft bouncing up a little bit at the volume weighted average price. Hey, what's up, Sash? Yeah, I mean, ADHD. I feel bad for my son, man. My son struggles in school. He struggles with making friends. Like we went and saw the Mario movie the other day. He struggles with just sitting quiet in that movie. So he's a lot like I am, honestly. Where like I was a very difficult kid when I was young. Like I was just hard to manage. I was bouncing off the walls and very difficult to get me to focus on anything. Unless I'm super interested in it. If I'm interested in it, I can hyper focus onto it. But that's not a lot of things, and that's certainly not everything, especially for like a kid. And so he's struggling in his school right now because, you know, I don't know. He's struggling to make friends. They said he's getting defiant, and so we had to talk with him yesterday and just kind of take away video games. I had to just take away video games for like until the summer starts for him because like when he plays them, and I'm a video game player, so I don't want to seem like a hypocrite because I understand, you know, how it is, but when he plays them, he just gets so obsessed with them that like it's hard for him to check himself out of those video games and back into like regular school life. So we just ended up taking him away until summer, and I told him if he tries really hard and he does really well in school and he finishes the year strong, then we can give him video games back and he can play during the summer if he wants. Yeah, taking away text. Just again, it's not just video games either. It's a little bit of everything. You know, he watches Preston Plays on YouTube, and he just freaking loves Preston Plays. And I watch him. He's funny, but like I'll watch it with him sometimes. But yeah. All right, guys. So again, we're in Google right now. We bought this dip yesterday. Again, we're still in a little bitty trade. We already scaled out. We had like 80 shares, so we made a decent little income from this so far. Still up some on it. Still up about $30 on the rest on the last little quarter position. But again, we caught another beautiful example of the trades that I generally get involved with. If you guys remember what kind of trades I generally take, I like buying up extended on the downside stocks when everybody else is telling me it's going to fail. So Google was that yesterday. And again, I bought this thing up and wrote it up a really nice percentage. It bounced back from basically 105s all the way up to 107 within a day, within one market hour session. So, back up to basically 107 right now, still in it. You can see my average here is 105.50s. So my average is actually way down here. Nice little trade. Again, we already took profit. I'll probably cut the rest somewhere this morning. Not sure when or where, but somewhere this morning I'll probably get out the rest. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we have Canadian CPI today. Yeah, that's what it does, V. So like one thing that my daughter realized was ADHD is like I'll do something that's called like it's called vocal stimming, where I'll sing stupid songs to my kids, or wherever I am, just as like a joke. I always thought I was just kind of joking around because my kids laugh when I do it. And so an example is like I sang a song about like brownies when we were making brownies with my kids. I was like singing a brownie song, not like I'm a terrible singer, so I'm not actually trying to like sing. I'm just kind of joking around with them. But apparently that is a sign of ADHD because it said that doing that is the most stimulating thing you could do at that moment, and so that's why people with ADHD do it. which was very interesting to me because, I never understood, but my kids understood. There's a good video. It's like Connor something on TikTok and YouTube and Facebook. But it made sense. Yeah, I'm not going to ban you for that. It's all good, dude. I spend a lot of time with him, Maximus, though. I really do. I try to spend time with him. Lately, we've been playing baseball a lot. But Tesla, what's Tesla at right now? Johnson gapping up on good earnings. Like, I think on stream, y'all see me do it with, like, whistling sometimes. Like, y'all see me whistle. That's a sign of it, too. So Bank of America is at... Let me confirm this really quick. So Bank of America is at 6:45 market time. So that's in about 4 minutes. We get Bank of America dropping. So Bank of America drops theirs in about 4 minutes. Tesla up today. The rest of the market is basically up, especially tech. Bank of America is right around $30 right now. So Bank of America is drops at 6:45, which is again in about 4 minutes. We have Goldman Sachs at 7:15. So once these two drop, we do have building permit data today. So once these two drop, we do have building permit data to cover. Yeah, John, the reason I know is because I grew up and I've seen a psychiatrist all my life. My son has it as well. We got him tested for it. And he has something called he has what I have, which is ADHD combined presentation is what it's called. That's what the psychiatrist or whatever the testing person called it. They did an IQ test and his IQ was high as well. So it's not like he's not smart. He's just, it's hard for him to focus. He has bad impulse control sometimes, and it's hard for him to focus. And I'm the same way, but I've almost overcorrected the impulse control one to where, I think over time you have to learn to I'm a little bit OCD with regards to like being on time for things and stuff like that. That's why you'll see me start the stream at almost exactly the same time every day. I get about a 10-minute window where I open it, but basically the same time. Yes. DS. Most likely. Yeah, so Canadian CPI comes out today. Very relevant data, too. Very important data. No, it's not. Bank of America popping up again. We got 2 minutes before the earnings drop for them. Bank of America earnings drop at 6:45 in about a minute or so. Again, expectations for Bank of America earnings are on the bottom of the screen right now. 79-cent EPS on 25.57 billion in sales. Goldman drops at 7:15, expecting 814 on 13.08 billion in sales. All right, look at Bank of America popping up. So they might have dropped early here. So let's take a look. Yeah, Bank of America EPS, 94-cent EPS for Bank of America. 94-cent EPS. for Bank of America. And again, that's relative to 79-cent EPS expected here. So 94-cent EPS for Bank of America. Their first quarter pre-tax, pre-provision income rose 27% to $10 billion. But yeah, Bank of America came in at 94-cent EPS profit versus roughly 80 cents or 79-cent estimates. And they are popping up big up there, up to $31 right now for Bank of America here. So they are moving up on this data here. We will put this up on screen. 94 cents. Big gap up for them now, moving up. This might drag the rest of the bank stocks up too. Why are you in here so early? It's 5:45. Oh, all right. Love you. All right, guys. Bank of America, EPS 94 cents, revenue of 26.3 billion versus 25.13 billion expected. Sorry, my daughter's up early today. But yeah, again, there's the Bank of America numbers. Bank of America initially shot up pretty big, but then pulled back some. I'm looking to see if there's any kind of nuance to why they pulled back a little bit here for Bank of America. But again, they shot up, and now they are finally pulling back some. So Bank of America put out a first quarter provision for credit losses that included a 124 million net reserve build. They had a Bank of America first quarter provision for credit losses of 931 million. First quarter net charge-offs of 807 million. First quarter net income came in at 14.4 billion. I might buy this dip if I can. It's too late. I was really thinking about buying it. But now that I think about it, I can't buy anything until 7. So it's still too early to buy stuff on TOS here, which is all right. But Bank of America popping right back up. Yeah, all of this seems pretty good. Their growth came in good. Their EPS beat expectations. Their sales beat expectations. Their net income rose 25%. So, yeah, all around, overall, Bank of America had pretty good earnings release here. And they are reacting very positively to this. You can see they are now all the way up to 31.20s, 31.10s. So, very strong reaction here from Bank of America. Oh, that was my daughter that time, Victor. So, that was my daughter coming in here. My daughter's like me, where she has OCD with regards to time. And so she doesn't have to be at school for a while, but she's in here at 5:45. It's 5:45 in the morning in Texas time. Somehow she's up. Yeah, FRC is going to have some sympathy moves with other banks right now. And Bank of America came in good. Again, we do have about 25 minutes before Goldman Sachs, but Goldman Sachs earnings are today as well. So we do have about 25 minutes until Goldman Sachs. And then after all this earnings stuff, we got building permit data coming out too. So we got building permit data coming out early at 7 or at 8:30 this morning. Building permit and housing starts data. So it depends on the platform. Rock, you could use Webull or another platform if you want. Depends on what you're trying to buy, really. Looking at the numbers here, most people think the banks are going to beat earnings. 65% think they're going to do better than expected. 35% on this poll think they're going to do worse than expected. Looking up Twitter, All right, today we have Netflix earnings. Hmm. All right, guys. Microsoft at 290s. Bank of America is still just running up big here. Yeah, but Bank of America dropped their earnings. We'll put the numbers up on the screen. They got a lot of stuff coming out today about Bank of America. Um, all right, guys. Microsoft up to 291s almost here. Bank of America at 3130s here. Google at 107. So earnings strong today. Again, we still can't necessarily trade yet. Again, let's see how high Bank of America rips here. Again, we do have more bank earnings coming out today, specifically Goldman Sachs, which is going to be a very relevant earnings release and will give sympathy to Bank of America to a certain extent if it's positive. We also have Lockheed Martin. The Bank of New York should have came out with their earnings already. Let me take a look at what those actually were here. The Bank of New York is BK. They stole that from Burger King, but yeah. So Bank of America mixed results. Beat EPS 113 versus 112. Missed sales 336 versus 440. So Bank of New York mixed results here. We had Mercantile Bank as well, but this is a MBWM. So it looks like Mercantile Bank beat EPS at 131 versus 116. Sales of 55.3 versus 53.79. So mixed results there for this one. And again, we also have building permit data today. But Bank of America is out with theirs. We now have Goldman Sachs earnings at 7:15. Top three traders doing great. Can you talk about Roblox and why it's down so much? Well, Roblox has basically been at the same level for the last year. You know, if you look back at where it was basically a year ago, it's pretty similar to where it is now. Number one. Number two is that Roblox. Okay. I get it. People tell people to invest in what they know. And I know a lot of gamers know Roblox. All right. I understand that. But I think that only really correlates to something that's been around long enough to be stable, and I don't think Roblox has been around long enough. I think technology changes, you know, and so I think technology changes. There's always going to be newer and better games coming out, regardless of whether it's a game marketplace or not. And I understand it's a game marketplace, and I understand it has some value, and I think it'll be fine long term. It just might not appreciate much. Uh, because of competition, vulnerabilities with regards to trend changes in gaming and all that stuff. So I think Roblox is I'm neutral on it. I don't think it's great. My son only gave me one stock pick ever. The one stock pick my son gave me was that when Roblox was at $80 a share, I asked him, I said, "Hey, what do you think will happen to Roblox?" He said he thinks that Roblox would lose about half of its value over the next few years. And again, this is when Roblox was at 80. And I asked him why he thought that, and he said because he thought that new games and stuff would come out, new gaming platforms will come out that would be competitive with them, basically. And he was right, honestly. So shout out to my son with the greatest Roblox call ever. But yeah, good for him, man. Bank of New York, again, we got Bank of America coming out with their earnings. You see the SPY itself is liking the bank earnings. SPY all the way up to basically 416s. Who has been telling you guys the market was not going to crash? I mean, listen, when you're right, you're right. The doomsday whisperers have disappeared basically overnight. Game marketplace, video game is what I meant. Yeah, Roblox, I mean, listen. Roblox is at a big move up. Roblox is almost 100% up. It's up about 80 or 90% over the last 6 months, or over the last 3 months. And that's great. But as for long-term safeness, stability, longevity, I just don't trust it. Again, maybe it rips up big percentages. Maybe it grows with the gaming sector. Maybe the marketplace factor of it keeps it alive. I don't know. Again, I don't use Roblox. I don't know it. I don't know it well enough to really say. What I will say is that generally, with regards to video games only have a certain lifespan generally. And I know this is a marketplace, so it's a little bit different, but yeah, I think there's risks long term. And I think a lot of people are just investing in it because they play it. But I think there's risks. And again, it's not something that I'm saying is going to fail. It's just something that I don't trust enough to put a lot of money in long term. You know what I mean? Yeah, Netflix earnings this evening. Again, we're still in Google. We bought Google yesterday after the big drop. We are now riding it back up some. We are in AMC. AMC still consolidating over 5s, but that's good. It reminds me of Minecraft. Yeah, I think that's what it's kind of supposed to do. Again, Goldman Sachs earnings. I just need tech to stop playing a part in every single rally. Yeah, but tech is what rules the world, man. It really is. I mean, if you look at everything, like tech has changed the modern landscape of every business, basically, except for certain restaurants. But even that's changed from tech with regards to Uber Eats and stuff like that. So tech runs the world, man. And it makes more sense. If you look back at the world 20 to 30 years ago, it made sense that we would be in a tech heavy world now because technology has already evolved to the point where it makes our daily life much more tech based. Google at 107s here. We still got about a minute. I can open up to trade in about 20 seconds here. We'll probably take a little bit of our Google dip buy off. Again, we bought the Google dip. No. Oh, gee. No, I'm not. Again, I think there's risks in Bed Bath & Beyond. Bed Bath & Beyond is just too obscure, too big of a chance that it's going to fail. I mean, if the actual business model had some strength, it would be one thing, but it doesn't. So we cut half of our trade there. Yeah, if the actual business model actually, if it actually was strong, Like if they were, like here's an example. All right, like Lululemon, I don't trust long term. I don't trust Lululemon long term because again, it's a fashion company, and generally fashion companies only have a certain amount, like lifespan, um, especially up and coming ones. But short term, they still do a lot of sales. They still make a lot of money. They're a money making machine. I think I said before regarding Lululemon right now. Uh, so long term, I'm not going to hold it, but short term, I could swing trade or do whatever. The same cannot be said about Bed Bath and Beyond. The same cannot be said. Bed Bath and Beyond doesn't do any business basically organically without the help of, the stockholders. Nobody's ever there. The business is basically nothing. It's certainly not enough to pay for its rent in the places that it's open. And I don't really see a way that Bed Bath and Beyond is going to survive long term. Like what are they going to do? They're a brick and mortar retail store where almost everybody buys those products off the internet now. They don't go to the store anymore. Every time I go there, there's nobody in there. And so genuinely, what are they going to do to save their business? I can't see anything. They could pivot to something else, but I think a lot of people are just stuck losing now because they're down so much. And so a lot of people that invested in it are just stuck in it now because they lost so much money. But like, again, what's the argument for them succeeding? Genuinely, like fundamental, what's the fundamental argument for them succeeding? Because I don't have one. And again, I think a company like that is eventually just going to go out of business. There's just not enough people that use them. Right. All right, guys. SPY pulling back a little bit here, but SPY breaking highs again today, man. SPY's been on a run, a huge tear. Let's see when the market. And again, we do have Goldman Sachs earnings coming out pretty soon. But if we zoom out here, the SPY is almost green on the year. I mean, we still got a little run. We got to get to 430s. We're at 415s now, so we need $15, and the SPY will be break even on the year, which is a big milestone for the SPY. Honestly, if it could do that, that's great. But yeah. Investing in Roblox is like buying a loaf of bread as an investment. Well, that's like buying Bed Bath and Beyond, in my opinion. Roblox is still Roblox is still like Roblox has an argument for a future like success. Like Roblox is not like when you look at Bed Bath and Beyond. All right, there's genuinely no argument, in my opinion, that actually is good. That says that they're going to succeed long term. Sorry, I'm stuttering a little bit. I don't see any argument on Bed Bath and Beyond's long term success. None. I don't see anything where they could succeed. Online store maybe. Maybe if they work their online store and they get some actual views here, but I don't think anybody's actually going to use their online store because people are just going to order it off of Amazon because Amazon has mastered efficiency here, where Bed Bath and Beyond and all the other stores are not going to. That's the problem, is that their online store is probably going to fail if they try to do it. Their brick and mortar retail store doesn't have enough people there. They just don't have enough business. They certainly don't have enough to compensate for the rent that they're paying here. So again, what does that mean? It means Bed Bath & Beyond is probably going to go out of business pretty soon. Yeah, it's probably going to go out of business pretty soon. And that's okay. Some companies are just, they're rendered obsolete from technology. And I think Bed Bath & Beyond is one of them. Some companies are just rendered obsolete from technology. Obsolescence happens, man. And I think Bed Bath & Beyond is the next one. Because again, I just don't see any argument where they're actually going to succeed and survive long-term in those spaces. I just don't see it. Maybe not, but yeah, commercial real estate's that big. Where can I see the earnings in real time? Right here, man. Some companies should never succeed to begin with. I'm not against Bed Bath and Beyond initially succeeding. I mean, retail stores were necessary. You know what I mean? So like retail stores were a thing and they were necessary. But like over time, technology is going to render those unnecessary. And that's essentially what happened here is that technology has rendered them unnecessary. Hey, buddy. Love you, buddy.
Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye, buddy. Love you, man. I bought the bottom at 24 cents. I'm winning. Hey, good for you, man. Listen, I'm not saying you can't make money trading it. All right. I'm not saying it doesn't have momentum and technical traits to get involved with at these levels. I'm not saying that. Again, I really don't know. I mean, it's too volatile for my taste here. Going up and down 30% over days, it's just not really something that I want to gamble on personally. But what I'm specifically talking about is the fundamental argument for Bed Bath & Beyond, and I don't think it has one. Again, I know it's got a lot of holders. A lot of people might have been stuck in it from the Cohen situation. We covered it. We made money on it, I believe. We might have. I don't know. I'll have to go back and check. I'm not 100% sure, actually. But we covered the Bed Bath & Beyond disaster. But again, we got out a lot when it ripped up to 20s. We cut a lot of it. And for good reason, it looks like. Now it's at 20, 30 cents a share. I'm not saying you can't make money. You can always isolate one specific type of trade and say, nah, this outlier here made money. That's fine. But I'm talking about a long-term fundamental argument for Bed Bath & Beyond. And again, I'm open to listening. I'm not just tuned out of it. I'll listen to any argument there. I'm genuinely curious to see what arguments people have for Bed Bath & Beyond's future success. But again, I just don't know of any. My company owns a 2-story building downtown. Used to have over 100 employees. Now it's down to maybe 40. Yeah, I mean, work has changed in the U.S. All right, guys. Goldman Sachs earnings drop in about 6 minutes, 7 minutes. So be ready. So Eddie Hearn has declared that reps overseas want to stage Tyson Fury versus Alexander Usyk and Anthony Joshua versus Deontay Wilder. That'll be a good fight on the same night in December in a mega deal. He believes could be worth up to $400 million in fighter purses if it gets made. I'd watch it. Apple launched a high yield savings account offering 4.5 or 4.15% interest. Wow. $4.15 is not bad for like a savings account. That's pretty solid. I think you really got to understand though, like how much is that? What is Apple's average appreciation per year? Yeah, so Apple's average 5-year return is 306%. No, that can't be right. All right, so it looks like out of over a 4-year period, they returned about 31%. So about 8% a year on average for Apple. That's where they're going to make money with regards to those savings accounts. If you want to know how Apple's making money, is that they're going to take it and let it ride with their stock. Their stock gives you about 8% a year. And so if they give you 4.15 basically for letting you park your money in their accounts, what do you think they're going to do with it? They're going to stick it in the market and let that appreciate, cop their 4% or whatever it is and ride off into the sunset. And then probably if the market's down and you want to take it out, they'll just kind of give you some other money. And that's my guess is what they're going to be doing there. But I don't know for sure. Yeah, AI is not going to help anything. Yeah, Jake versus Nate. Honestly, Jake Paul literally fought the first boxer he's ever fought. Like, this was the only real boxer that was young that he ever fought. Lost. And then instead of fighting another boxer to prove that he's legit, he's now fighting, 40-year-old Nate Diaz, and a 40-year-old MMA fighter. So he literally went from fighting a real boxer, losing, and now he's fighting a 40-year-old MMA fighter. Like, what the heck, man? Like, anybody that pays for that is dumb. I'm not buying it. Yeah, went right back to fighting old 40-year-old MMA fighters. Like, and if you know Nate Diaz has got great MMA boxing, but he's really a jiu-jitsu black belt is what he is. Like Nate is really like a jiu-jitsu guy. He will tap you out in a second. And so basically, if you ever watch Nate Diaz fight, he has no power. No power. He's a volume boxer. So he'll overwhelm you with jabs and combinations, but he's not really the biggest power guy, and so it's going to be rough. Oh man. All right, guys. So yeah, I'm not mad at you for day trading, Radio Shack. Are you really saying I'm a hater, Tyler? Yeah, I was about to say, bro. Like, listen, I'm not a hater. I just call it. I'm calling a spade there. You know. Like, listen, Jake Paul would beat me up 100%. Like, there's no way I'm beating Jake Paul in boxing. But, like, it doesn't matter because the point is he went from fighting a good fighter to fighting 40-year-old Nate Diaz grappler. Nate Diaz has got some boxing, but he's certainly not no power. Nate Diaz isn't known for knocking people out. Market's pumping up though right now, honestly, man. Market's been doing really big numbers here. I mean, look at the last 20 days. What a chart, man. Honestly, when so many people were telling us the market was going to crash and that it was imminent, you notice they haven't showed up, right? You notice all the people that were saying a market crash is imminent. A lot of them just kind of never to be seen again. You think they're ever going to be like, hey, John, you were right. I was wrong. You were smart. I'm dumb. You know? Never. They'll never say it. It's all right. Listen, they don't have to. Anyways, we're in Google right now. We bought the dip yesterday. Our average is 105.50s. Yeah, I don't think Google's in trouble necessarily from Bing. I still think Bing is such an old, outdated model. Wait, did Goldman Sachs drop their numbers here, man? Sorry, guys. No, Goldman Sachs aren't out yet, but we're waiting for Goldman Sachs right here. Here's Goldman Sachs. They're supposed to be released right now, but they're not out yet. They're gapping up though. But here's Goldman Sachs right here. Here's Goldman. Nothing out yet for them. We're waiting. Apple launched a high yield savings account. Like I said, gives you about 4.15%, which is honestly a pretty big amount, in all honesty. I don't know if it's necessarily enough for me to want to get involved, but so like you put 50K in, they'll give you about $2,000 a year. Still not enough, but yeah, I'm not talking about pawn. Pawn's always reasonable and respectful. We all have different points of view, so don't think I'm talking about pawn. Pawn's probably like the most helpful person I have that helps me run this channel. Well, yeah, I mean, in pawn shops, I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Pawn shops, they make their margins on, pawn shops will give you much needed money fast, but there's a fee for that. You know what I mean? And I understand that business completely. Like, listen, you need money quickly. You got some valuable stuff. You don't have time. Other places are closed. You need it very quick, like cash, like right now. That's what a pawn shop's for. They make their money too, and you can't really hate on it. It's reasonable business. They provide a service, and it is what it is. Waiting for Goldman Sachs numbers out. Goldman Sachs didn't drop here, so they're not out. They're supposed to be out right now, but they're just not out yet. So we'll see what happens here. All right, guys. Building permit housing start data 8:30. We'll put the timer up. I don't know how much this is going to impact everything, but it might. All right, so right now we got about an hour and 9 minutes or so, maybe like 30 seconds. Or, yeah, an hour and 9 minutes. All right, guys, we got about an hour and 9 minutes or so until these numbers come out. Waiting for Goldman earnings. They're just not out yet, man. We don't know when they're gonna drop, but it's supposed to be out sometime soon. For Goldman earnings, they're just not out yet. Again, who knows when Goldman's gonna drop their numbers? I'm waiting for Goldman earnings. Not out yet. They're supposed to be released at 7:15, which was about 6 minutes ago, but just nothing out yet. Well, the SpaceX launch is not going to be today. It's going to be on Thursday. So the SpaceX launch is going to be Thursday. We'll cover it then. We covered it yesterday. But yeah, we'll cover it when it comes out. But yeah, we're waiting for Goldman to drop their numbers here. They're just not out with theirs yet. I don't know what's going on. And remember, guys, for those that like TradeNet, they're not TradeNet, sorry. For those that like Top Step, sorry, I get them mixed up. They both start with T's. They're both funded account programs, or they used to be. But if you want to check out Top Step, and they are a sponsor of mine, their 25% off sale ends tomorrow. And so they still have 25% off. Again, click the link, check out the deal. You can get up to 3 accounts, which I think is really useful too. But yeah, the SpaceX thing happens Thursday. Yeah, Bank of America beat. Well, Goldman, it's going to be really important to watch. I think a lot of heat is coming towards Goldman right now because Apple announced their high yield savings account, right? And again, Apple's yield that they said they'll give you for a savings account right now is about 4.15%, which is very high relative to almost all savings accounts. This is kind of putting, a lot of traders are kind of gravitating towards Apple savings account over Goldman. And again, to put it into perspective, Apple launching 4.15% savings account. And again, that's pretty high relative to most other savings accounts here. Still waiting for Goldman numbers out. They're just not out yet. We don't know when they're going to drop. They were supposed to come out about 10 minutes ago, but for whatever reason, they didn't. But yeah, so Apple putting out a 4.15% savings account for card holders. I'm assuming Apple is up from this. We're still in Google from yesterday. We're up nicely in that. Yeah, Apple gapping up strong here, kind of dragging the rest of the tech market up. And again, we do have Netflix earnings today. So we do have Netflix earnings coming out today as well. I don't know what we are going to. I mean, I guess we can stream Netflix earnings. We did last time and it worked. So maybe we can stream it again today or tomorrow or today. Sorry. What's dirty about it? Yeah. Any ideas about Schwab? My Astros, man, they're not doing that good this year. The Astros are 8-9, so they're not even over 500. Still early start. Hopefully we're basically flat on the year. Still got some time though. I mean, the Rangers are number 1 with Jacob deGrom. Angels are flat. We don't have the strongest division here with the Angels, the Rangers, the Mariners, and the Athletics. So I think the Astros will still make it to the playoffs, but haven't been the best. All right, Goldman Sachs finally dropped their numbers here, guys. 879 EPS expected. Oh man, this is why they took a little bit of time. Goldman Sachs tanking here. Big miss. They put in 879 versus expected. Oh no, they beat. I'm sorry. So Goldman beat on EPS. They did 879 versus 810 expected. Revenue came in at 12.22 billion versus 12.79 billion. So again, Goldman beat on EPS, missed on sales, and this is why they are falling here. So there's Goldman's release. They are falling because they missed on sales rev. So they are down. Look at the drop for Goldman here, tanking the rest of banking. Mixtape coming soon. Goldman dumping down to 335s here, influencing the rest of banks. You can see Bank of America drop. You can see a lot of stuff. Apple moving up on this too. Apple was a very smart release, basically announcing their high yield savings account, competing with Goldman. And so Goldman's weakness is Apple's strength to a certain extent, which is a really interesting dynamic here today. But yeah, look at Goldman dumped down here. They missed on sales is what they missed. So Goldman missed sales. But yeah, Goldman EPS beat, sales missed. Banking fees are down 26% year over year. We're going to put some other stuff about Goldman up in the chat. Yeah, you can see first quarter investment banking fees are down 26% year over year. Global banking and markets revenue down 16%. Asset and wealth management revenues are up 24%. Looking at the rest of these numbers here. Compensation and benefits came in at 4.09 billion. Return on average shareholders' equity was 11.6%. Equity revenue was 3.02 billion. Revenue includes $470 million loss on partial sale of Marcus Loans portfolio and transfer the rest of the portfolio to held for sale. Bank of America up to almost 31s. But yeah, Goldman, big fall from grace down here at 335s now. Bank of America pulling back to the 200 EMA here. Let's see if we get a little dip here. I might buy Bank of America right here. Let me get this out the way. Because I think while Goldman's weak, I don't think it necessarily means anything with regards to Bank of America. Bank of America did great with their earnings here. Let me see if I can get in a piece. All right, so we're in 25 shares. We're going to take a little bit more, 50 shares. Maybe add a little bit more if it continues to pull back here. Apple's still ripping up, of course, after announcing their high yield savings account. Bank of America is going down because its sympathy moves with Goldman. Here's Goldman right here in the middle. Goldman's down to 333.49, so big drop for Goldman. Bank of America, while it did have good numbers, it was still, it's still a banking stock that's going to have sympathy with Goldman, and so it's pulling back now in that regard. All right, we're going to add a little bit more. We got 75 shares now of Bank of America. I think Goldman might bounce back a little bit, and I think Bank of America had good numbers, so we're going to buy this dip and see if we get a little bounce. Again, we're green on Google. We'll see if this works. Of course, can't guarantee anything. Not an investment professional. Not liable if you lose. Always make your own assessment. Trade responsibly. 68% of people think banks are going to beat today. Looks like they were wrong about Goldman, but right about Bank of America here. Apple is one of the biggest winners here from this whole situation. All right, Goldman Sachs Platform Solutions revenue increased 144%, primarily reflecting higher average credit card balances. First quarter provision for credit losses was a net benefit of 171 million. Efficiency ratio was 68 points. First quarter headcount was down 6% versus the end of 22. First quarter FICC revenue was down 17%. Equities revenue down 7%. Headcount decreased 6%. Total revenue was down 5.5% to 12.22 billion, below the consensus of 12.76. Assets under supervision increased from 125 billion to 2.67 trillion. That's a big difference. Operating expenses rose 9%. Look at this number. What price did I buy Google at? I bought Google at, I believe, let me look at the price I'm in. I am in Google right now at 105.50. 105.54.9. So basically 105.55. And then it's looking really nice today. I might take a little bit more off here. Again, we are green in the Bank of America trade. All right, again, remember now we got housing starts at 8:30, building permits at 8:30. See if we get a bounce here. Goldman's still testing lows. Apple, on the other hand, is just flying up right now, despite all this. Bankrupt and looking for CX. Yeah, what did those AI stocks end up doing here? What do you know? It gave back a lot of its gains. Yeah, I just don't trust it, man. CSX. What was the other one? It was like GFAI. I just don't trust these at all, man. They're just so risky, dude. The problem is like very rarely will people ever actually catch them at the ideal spots, right? So most of the time people end up like chasing these and then they just end up going back, ending at zero. Not zero, but like for instance, a lot of the time stuff like GFAI will drop all the way back down to $6-7 a share and just leave everybody stuck holding the bag on it. Yeah, like HKD. Yeah, their EPS was solid, but everything else was pretty bad. All right, so again, we did buy Bank of America here. I might cut it and buy another 100 shares or another 25 shares. I mean, so I'm in with 100 shares of Bank of America right now. We'll see if this bounces or not. All right, guys. So we are getting a little bit of a bounce in Bank of America here. Again, we do have building permit data and housing starts dropping in about 53 minutes here. 53 minutes. All right, guys. So again, we're in Bank of America with 100 shares here. We bought the dip after a pretty big pullback. Bank of America beat EPS, beat sales, did really nicely in that regard. Yeah, definitely top two. Yeah, summer is coming here, man, for sure. Yeah, Saj, just no signals, man. Honestly, I'm excited about AI, dude. All right, so Goldman Sachs first quarter headcount down 6%. They bought back 7.1 million shares for 2.55 billion in the first quarter. Yeah, hey, we're in the whatever this shirt is called. Hey, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate the love, guys. Thank you. No, I'm not in Bed Bath & Beyond right now. I haven't been in that for a long time. No, I'm not in it. I'm flat. So yeah, I'm gonna buy Bank of America right now, and I'm gonna sit on this probably indefinitely for at least some time. See what we get. What are the best AI stocks? Well, the only ones I actually trust are Microsoft. I mean, I know GFAI is ripping up, CXAI is ripping up, but those are pump and dumps almost certainly. And if they're not pump and dumps, then I really doubt they're going to hold those gains. I doubt they're going to hold the gains regardless here. But again, just not really my style of trades. I like more established companies when I buy up stuff, even if I miss out on some growth. All right, guys. All right, guys. So again, we are in Bank of America here. All right, so again, I might add a little bit more to Bank of America. I don't think I'm going to, though. I'll probably keep a pretty tight stop at around the previous closing price. If we dump underneath that, I'm just going to cut it. We do have building permit data dropping in about 45 minutes. All right, again, we're getting a little bit of a balance. We'll see if we can get back over the 200 EMA. Goldman is just dumped heavily. A part of me wants to buy it up because it's such a big drop, but I think I'm just going to wait. Uh, Careful with me. It's already up 9% prior to earnings. Yeah, but it's pulling back and it had good EPS, good sales. Again, we're down $10. So, I mean, while, uh, while I'm not really super worried about it, if it pulls back too much, I'll cut it. It's all good. What gives a 3% divvy? All right, guys, I will be right back. 30 seconds. While I'm gone here, I'm going to do a question here. Do you think Bank of America rebounds, or do you think Goldman? We'll do Goldman instead. Do you think Goldman rebounds from earnings dip? Vote. Let me know. Vote on this poll. We're also going to do a building permits poll pretty soon. But vote on that poll right now. Do you think Goldman rebounds from the earnings dip? Let me know what you guys think, and I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Again, let me know if you guys think. Let me see what they said. Rebound. All right, so we got a little pop back up. And I can see the pop back up in Bank of America here. So we did get a little bit of a rebound so far to where we're actually pretty flat on BAC. I thought Bank of America was a little bit of an overreaction here. I did think it overreacted some to the Goldman earnings. So I thought it was somewhat of an overreaction here. But again, we'll see if it keeps on popping up. We are now green on the trade here. We got 100 shares. I don't know if I want to necessarily add to this, but we'll see. So we'll give it time. We also have, again, we have building permit data coming out today, guys. So we do have building permit data. Yeah, I mean, again, Saj, the big thing, man, is like we're not really about stock picks, bro. Okay, so like the big thing with this channel, man, is like if you want to stay around this channel, you know, it's important to understand that like we don't really want stock picks. We're not really wanting to do stock picks. We're not really wanting to pressure people to take trades. We're not really wanting to do any of that stuff because again, we're just a resourcing community. So I guess the point is, regardless of how good your stock picks might be, this isn't really the place for it, brother. Again, we're just gonna you could say, hey, I like this stock, and if it goes up, you know, say, ha, I was right. That's fine. But like giving out entry levels and exit levels, I just don't know if it's helpful, bro. No offense, it's all good, man. But yeah, it's just something that it goes against the philosophy of the channel, brother. Yeah, I see a few people talking about the hockey game. I didn't actually catch the hockey game. I'm not really a big hockey watcher. Like, I don't usually watch hockey. All right. Bank of America needs to... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I bought the dip. Again, we'll see if it ends up bouncing here. I'm trying to be patient with it. We'll see if it works. Again, we still got about 40 minutes before building permit data, which is somewhat relevant. It's not the biggest release. This week's not a huge economic release week. It's mostly quiet. Tomorrow we have like overseas CPI. We've got like European CPI. Oh, wait, did Canada CPI come out? What did Canada CPI show up as? Okay, so Canada CPI shows up as well here. Yeah. Bed Bath & Beyond and their Wharton college buddies are in. Yeah. I'm just skeptical of Bed Bath & Beyond, man. Again, I talked about this morning. I'll say it again. What's the argument for Bed Bath & Beyond success? Like, what's the argument there? Like, what is Bed Bath & Beyond going to do that enables them to be a profitable, healthy, thriving company in the retail space? Again, I don't know. I don't know if they can do anything in that regard. I don't know. Goldman Sachs finally finding a bottom here. We'll see if it creeps back up. Part of me is tempted to add a little bit to Bank of America. And while I've got the money and the buying power to do so, I don't know. I'm not on juice. I don't necessarily have big shoulders either, bro. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but... I'm not against you if you do juice. I mean, listen, when I hit 40 or 50, you know, I'll probably TRTing it up, you know. But for now, you know, not yet. Not today. All right, so we're back green in Bank of America here. So we did buy the dip. We're back over the volume weighted average price. I'm going to give this a little bit of time to run here. Again, we're also at Google. So we also bought Google here, and Google's been ripping up nicely. We bought Google yesterday at our entry price right now is at about 105.50s. So it's at 107s. I'm going to take a little bit more off. I'm probably going to start scaling out of it, but there goes Goldman here, or Bank of America, I mean. We'll give it a little bit of time. Does building permit data affect crypto? It might a little bit. I don't know how much. Maybe some. Just watched AI or La Castle Unreal. Yeah, definitely top 3, Raphael. Yeah, again, we're in Bank of America here. We're gonna see if it pops. Again, 100 shares, pretty small. We're just gonna give it time. Again, we're also in Google right now. Very green on that trade. Part of me wants to just unload on Google, though. I think I'm gonna take a little bit off of Google. I'll just go ahead and cut the Google trade and get out nicely green on the Google trade, I think. So I'm just gonna cut the rest. I've already taken almost all the position off. Like, again, we bought it at right around 105.50s. We're going to cut the rest here and just get out happy in green. We're going to see if BAC continues to head up. The only question is whether Goldman, I think Goldman's just going to have a big, heavy influence over this. And so the only question is whether Goldman ends up ripping up too. Getting a little pullback here, but we're still green on BAC, just not a huge green trade. Again, we cut our Google trade now. Still watching the SPY, still watching Tesla here. SPY very green on the day. Basically, the SPY hit 416s. We're pretty close to it today, so pretty green day in the market here. Been a very strong couple weeks at this point in time. So again, we'll see if we continue. And I'm going to bring attention to this. I see a 15-year-old day trading guru out here slanging courses on Twitter. What the heck, man? Like, bro, who buys this? Like, who in the world is going to think a 15-year-old knows more about trading than they do? Like, who falls for this? Like, the only people that are falling for this is other kids, you know? But then you're basically scamming kids. Like, who is falling for this, bro? Like, this guy's 15 with braces, man. Y'all are going to act like this dude's a stock market expert, man? Like, dude, this dude just sees a business opportunity and wants to be a marketer. That's all that is, man. He just wants to be a marketer. He sees it as a business op. He wants to be a marketer. Nvidia. Yeah, man. Nvidia's is strong. I mean, it pulled back a little bit, so it's kind of rebounding from its pullback here. It hit 280s a couple days ago. So, like, that's all Nvidia's doing. It's just rebounding from the dip it made. But again, it's still too high up there, honestly. It's still way too high up there. Yeah, but again, there's a few things with that. JJ said I teach this one kid who's up 10K. The thing about it, though, is that he could be up 10K, but trading is one of those things like poker. All right, here's a great example. All right, in poker, anybody can enter a tournament and win the tournament despite skill level. The worst player at the tournament can win on any given day. Right? There's so much variance in terms of results that can happen. All right, trading is a very similar thing. But when you zoom out and you look at long-term success, that's a different story. Variance plays much less of a factor in long-term success. It still plays a factor, but it's not the end-all be-all. You're not going to get lucky and just, be a bad poker player and just be, super rich from multiple tournament wins if you're not a good player. So I guess what I'm trying to say is there's a luck factor. A new trader can get lucky and make money and make 10K or 20K. And I'm not saying this is luck because I don't know the person. But what I'm saying is that it doesn't necessarily prove anything either. Yeah. Yeah. It's that kid. It's like that kid Caleb. It's like these little marketers, man. I just don't understand who would ever buy that. All right, Bank of America up. We're going to take a little piece off just to lock it in. Worry less about it. So we just took 25 shares off just to lock it in. All right, guys. Building permit date in about 30 minutes here. We got about 500 people here, so not bad for early morning. Not even 8 a.m. yet. Again, we're going to give it a little bit of time for Bank of America. We took a little bit of profit off there. I'm looking at the economic data here. So again, tomorrow we have some stuff. We've got existing home sales, Philly Fed Index, jobless claims numbers tomorrow. Friday, we don't really have anything except for some services PMI and S&P Global Composite PMI for April. So Friday's pretty quiet. Let's see about next week. I think next week is even a large week for stuff. So Monday, the market is pretty slow. All right, so next week, CB consumer confidence, new home sales. Wednesday, durable goods. Thursday, GDP. All right, guys. So next Thursday, we got GDP data as well as pending home sales. And then I believe the next day we got PCE prices. Let me make sure. Yeah, so PCE prices next week. So next week we got GDP and PCE. Interesting. All right, guys. Hey, well, look, we're going to take another half off here. Bank of America dip buy worked, and we are slowly scaling out of this position now. We're going to leave 50 shares to let it really work now. I might take another 10 shares off here and leave 35. All right, cut it. Now we can be patient on the rest and just let it work here. And remember, we do have building permit data coming out pretty soon. Yeah, I'm out of Google. I cut it about 10 minutes ago. I had a nice little swing trade, though. We made some money. Yeah, again, I mean, if you guys can understand my strategy, this works really. It's the best in swing trading, in all honesty. So it works best in swing trading. But we day traded as well. I mean, today was a day trade, but like it works best in swing trading. In that, like, we look for emotional dips, right? So again, Bank of America beat EPS, beat sales, better than expected earnings, gapped up. And then when Goldman dropped with mixed results, even though Bank of America had good results, Bank of America pulled all the way back to the 200 EMA. right? And so when that happens, I mean, it's just a pretty simple, like, okay, well, good earnings, good numbers, basically flat from when it announced earnings because of Goldman drop. Because of this drop here, this thing had pulled all the way back down to here. And so at that point, it's reasonable to assume that we might get that might be somewhat of an overreaction, and we can profit on the upside from buying a little dip. Again, not an investment professional. I certainly don't want people to copy me on any individual trade. If you guys learn a little bit from how I trade, great. I will say I'm green on the year trading like this on TOS. I'm green on the year, and I would get in trouble if I lied about that. I am green on the year trading like this in 2023 so far. Can't say what the year is going to do. Not an investment professional. I might have no idea what I'm talking about. Maybe it's just wild luck. But a lot of the trades I've been getting involved with this year are just like this on Bank of America, where I find some type of overreaction, some type of emotional dip buy in a large blue chip, and we ride it up. And again, we're in a very advantageous position now where I can just let the rest sit. So we built up enough cushion. We're small enough in the size now where I can just let this ride, get out completely flat if I want to. Maybe building permit data will influence this. We got about 25 minutes before that data releases. I don't know, but yeah, that's right. Don't sue me. Don't go chasing waterfalls. All right, Goldman's still down at the bottom there. And again, we will hold this for a swing trade if we need to. I don't know if we're going to need to or not. So all the banks are mostly done with their earnings. It was Goldman Sachs, Bank of America. Again, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America. So, guys, we got 24 minutes before building permit data drops and housing starts. We also have Canadian CPI numbers dropping this morning. Well, Goldman bounced back, I think, is a really interesting question today. We did a poll number. Let's look at the numbers. Or no, we asked people, does Goldman bounce? Huh. Yeah, Goldman Sachs all the way back down there. We can do a poll here. We're going to end this poll right now, actually, and do one. Goldman bouncing back up a little bit here. We're going to do a poll. We asked, do bank earnings beat or miss today? Now that most bank earnings are out, we're going to do does building permits. Building permits Canadians, Canada's CPI cause positive or negative market responses. All right, so that's the poll right now. Do building permits and do building permit data in Canada's CPI report, CPI release cause positive or negative market responses. All right, vote on the poll. We're going to give one option for no response here. Bro, I swear, I wear a sleeveless Nike shirt and everybody freaks out. Man, what are y'all talking about, dude? Definitely top 3, sleeveless Nike shirt traders in the world right now. But like, it'll be okay, guys. I heard it makes the market go up, but I'm not for sure, Tesla dipping down here now too. We'll see. All right, so far 39% think positive response, 38% think negative, 24% think we're going to get no response from this. Is it warm here? Yeah, it's hot in Texas, man. It was hot yesterday. Beautiful day. It was just a hot day yesterday. All right, so Bank of America is consolidating. Goldman has been basically in a pretty flat range since the 7:45 market time level. So yeah, we still got about 20 minutes, guys. About 20 minutes until building permit data comes out. And we'll see how this affects everything. Again, I think it could affect Tesla, could affect housing stocks. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where U.S. Dollars going. I think it depends on what building permits data shows up as. If building permit data shows up positive, then the market might fall. Or then the dollar. I think the market might fall, and I think the dollar might fall with it. Or the dollar might move up in that regard because of inflation fears. But I don't know. I need a haircut, guys. If we're talking about how I look today on my Nike shirt, I need a haircut, man. I got a couple tattoos. I'm not going to really talk about what they mean. They're kind of personal stuff, No need to. Yeah, I'm not a suit. I don't wear suits. Honestly, what's the purpose of working from home if you're going to wear a suit every day streaming? I just never understood that. Like, no need to wear a suit. If I see somebody on YouTube streaming wearing a suit, I immediately don't trust them. Unless you're Mitch from Beginner Trading or from Benzinga, because Mitch is hosting a show for like a big network. So, I mean, that's different, of course. But like, if you're somebody like me who's just your YouTube channel, don't wear a suit. Right? What's the point of working for my computer every day if I got to put on a suit to do it? It doesn't make sense. Where's your 100K tattoo? Oh, I didn't get a 100K tattoo. The only tattoo I ever made with the stream was that if AMC hit $100 years ago, I would get an AMC tattoo. But we all know that never happened. All right, guys. Goldman pulling back of a little bit here. And again, we're in Bank of America here. We're still very green. going to take a little bit more off and just lock in profit here, just in case we do turn here. That way, no matter what, it's not going to be a losing trade. We can just kind of quietly wait for the market. All right, so look at Tesla dipping down again 15 minutes before building permit data comes out. Again, Goldman Sachs consolidating here. Bank of America pulled it back again. We ended up cutting most of it at the top, luckily. Yeah, 4.15% is a pretty big percentage for Apple given out for their savings account here. What just happened in the market? Well, Goldman Sachs released worse than expected numbers in terms of sales, better than expected EPS, but the sales numbers are dragging Goldman down a little bit. Bank of America beat on both metrics, and a lot of the other ones beat on both metrics as well. But Goldman being such a big bank is causing some downward pressure and all this stuff. So that's kind of what's going on here is Goldman is dragging the rest of the banking sector down. Again, luckily, we bought the dip and we made money and we cut it, and now we're just sitting on a little piece of position that doesn't matter too much, and we can be pretty patient on the rest. But I'm going to let it work here. Again, I'll hold this for a day or two if I need to, or maybe longer, maybe shorter. It depends on what happens at the opening bell and beyond that today. All right, so look at Goldman bounce back up. Goldman back up to almost 330s. We'll see if this has any sympathy moves with this stuff. We got less than 15 minutes before building permit data comes out. And again, we'll talk about what the expected numbers for building permit data are here. So building permit data, again, is expected to show up at, let's see. So again, building permit data drops today. It's expected to show up at 1.45 million. So 1.45 million for building permit data. We'll put this up on screen. Canadian CPI is expected at, so Canadian CPI is expected. So Canadian core CPI is the big one at 0.4%. And housing starts they are expected for housing starts at 1.4 million. So interesting data here. All of it drops at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There's the numbers right there, so you can check them out. Again, we still got about 12 minutes, 13 minutes left. Yeah, I don't know how these are going to influence the market. We'll see. Again, if you want to know what building permits are, this is from March. Building permits measures the change in the number of new building permits issued by the government. Building permits are a key indicator in projecting future housing starts. Stronger than above expectations is generally good for the dollar. Weaker than expectations is generally negative for the dollar. But again, that might have an inverse correlation with the market. So again, high numbers might be bad for the market. Low numbers might be seen as better for inflation problems. Housing starts are the other metric that gets dropped today. They're expected 1.4 million on 0.4%, 1.4 million on 0.4%. In terms of percentage for the month-over-month data. Housing starts measures the annualized change in the number of new residential buildings that started construction during March is what this one will be. It basically is strength or weakness in the housing sector. Stronger than forecast is supported for the dollar. Weaker is negative for the dollar, of course. But again, that might have an inverse correlation with the market itself because of inflation fears. Again, let me know what you guys think, but that is what's expected right now. Canada CPI expected at 4.4% on the year, 0.4% on the month. So that's what we got going on right now. Let's go for gold. What's gold doing right now? We can take a look at it. Gold is up a little bit in pre-market with everything else. The problem with gold's at 2017 right now. The problem with gold is that it's following the market. You know, historically, gold has been a hedge against inflation, but at this point in time, gold is reacting in a positive correlation with the market itself. So if gold isn't the hedge against inflation that people thought they were, and it's actually following the market, then what is hedging inflation right now? I mean, of course, we have other asset purchases like real estate, but gold is up a lot. It's just a little bit too extended for my liking here. But gold moving. You can see gold on the left side here, up to 20.17. Again, if I buy gold heavy, I'm going to buy a pullback, not this. What's up, Rin? Good morning. AI, are you sure? I'm not sure about anything, man. All right, so there goes Bank of America popping all the way back up here. That's nice to see. Back up to 31s. Building permit data will be really interesting. There's Goldman in the middle here. We're going to put the SPY up on the right side. And then we'll probably put the dollar index up. We got about 8 minutes here before the data comes out, about 8 minutes. We also are going to throw it in subscribe only mode, team. So if you haven't already, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We are going to throw it in sub only mode. Somebody said, what's your view on Tesla on Twitter? They're asking me on Twitter, and your view on Tesla. I said, I like Tesla as a company, but for swing trading, it is high risk, high reward, moving in a pretty big range overall relative to most, both upside and down. That's the only reason I don't swing trade Tesla super actively, is just because the range that it moves, again, can make a lot of money and lose a lot of money. You know, it's one of those stocks that, you know, long term, I think it's okay, but short term, you know, just big movement, honestly, coming in like big upward, downward movement. Again, we are in sub only mode, so if you're subscribed, announce yourself, show us that you're supportive of the channel. We appreciate it. Nice, Ernie. What's up, DS? If I see you comment before a sub-only mode and then you stop commenting after sub-only mode, I know you're not really supportive of the channel. Secret haters are going to be shown. Bank of America moving up, though. Guys, Bank of America all the way back up to 3106s here, still pumping up. SPY at 415s, almost 416s today, so. What are the AMC traders' real opinion about Ron, Adam Aaron? Do they actually like him or do they dislike him now? All right, Goldman's still over 31s. Gold just dumped under the volume weighted average price, or I'm sorry, under the 200 EMA. All right, guys, we got 5 minutes here. 5 minutes. No, I don't trade the VIX. Hey, Ron, what's up, T4? Do you have the launch live today? I don't think the launch is today, is it? Let me look at SpaceX. If you want to watch the launch, go to SpaceX.com. Let me see when this launch is. Yeah, it's gonna be April 20th. That's when the launch is. That's what it shows. So yeah, the launch is gonna be April 20th. The new one. So Thursday opens at basically market time. So market open, it opens up and closes at 9:30. So yeah, the launch is looking to take place April 20th. Gold just rebounded back over the 200 EMA. Goldman Sachs still looking pretty weak. The SPY is up pretty big. And again, we do have these building permit data releases, housing starts, and Canadian CPI dropping pretty soon today. Hey, what's up, Aaron? Yeah, all good. Hey, welcome, Joe. What do you think of Netflix? Too high a PE? Yeah, Netflix is just up a little bit too much for my taste. Like short term. Like if we look at Netflix here, and they drop earnings today, we're gonna cover these earnings. All right, but like if you look at Netflix here, I mean, this thing's just up a lot. Here's a weekly chart. Gives you the best example of it. I mean, relative to highs, it's not up a ton. But if you look at like a yearly chart, for me personally, this is the move it's made over the last year. So it has gone from basically 160s at the lows back in May of last year, all the way back up to 340. So this thing is up like 100% relative to where it was. And so in a short time frame, in less than a year, that's a big percentage gain. So in terms of like, do I want to buy Netflix? Not really, because I just don't trust it in that regard. I think it's up too much short term for my taste. And again, when I buy up blue chips, I'm usually trying to buy up extension on the downside, or either that or some type of emotional reaction from earnings. Like again, we bought up Bank of America this morning after Goldman Sachs had that bad report, but we took profit pretty quickly, and Bank of America still looks pretty down on the year, and so the extension is there on both time frames, in my opinion. But again, I don't know what it'll do long term. Not an investment professional, certainly not liable if you lose. Always make your own assessment, trade responsibly. I might have no idea what I'm doing. But yeah, that's kind of what I do. Anyways, 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. We got about 700 people here. Y'all hit that sub button, hit the notification bell, team. Give me a follow on Twitter as well. At Beginner Trades is my Twitter handle. At Beginner Trades. I certainly appreciate it. Hey, thank you, Sal. He said, I like your chill approach to trading and the stock market in general. I appreciate the insights. Hey, all good, man. Thank you, bro. Bank of America just popped up to 315. Broke the high of the last couple minutes. Again, I'm going to let that ride a little bit, I think. We already took profit, so we're green on the trade. So like even if it turns against me, we'll still be okay. But yeah, here goes the release. We got about a minute and a half left, guys. 1.5 minutes left for building permit data and housing starts data. So housing and building permit data come out pretty soon. Again, housing starts and building permits are all relative to real estate. Um, all right, guys, here we go. All right, we got housing starts, building permits, Canadian CPI data. A lot of stuff coming out today, guys. So a lot of stuff dropping today. All right, 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Again, we got the data up on screen. We got our all our sources live here. And we also are going to be posting it on our Twitter page at Beginner Trade. So that's a good way to catch it. We're going to put the dollar index up, gold, and the SPY. So the dollar index is in the middle. Or we'll put the SPY up in the middle. I'm going to pause this timer and just get this out the way. And then we'll put the Dixie up on the right. All right, so there's the dollar index on the right. There we go. SPY in the middle. So S&P in the middle, gold on the left. All right, guys. Here goes the release. 20 seconds. Good luck today, team. Here goes the report. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. All right, so housing starts. Building permits came in under expectations at 1.413 million. 1.413 million. Canadian CPI came in as expected on both the month and the year, as expected on both the month and the year. Core CPI came out higher than expected for Canada. Building permits came in lower than expected on both the percentage basis on the month-over-month basis as well as the actual building permits. Came in at 1.413 million versus 1.45 million expected, minus 8.8% versus minus 6% expected. Higher than expected housing starts for March in terms of broad numbers at 1.42 million versus 1.4 million expected. And we also had housing starts percentage month over month coming at minus 0.8% versus 0.4% expected. So a little bit lower than expected housing starts data, higher than expected broad housing starts numbers. And again, CPI came in, core CPI came in lower than expected on the year, but higher than expected on the month. Base CPI for Canada came in as expected, and building permit data both came in lower than expected on both metrics. So I think when we look at the broad release here, I think it came in better than expected, but mostly mixed results here. So a lot of these were mixed. Again, housing starts came in lower than expected for the month-over-month percentage, but higher than expected on the overall number. Building permit data came in lower than expected on both metrics. And again, I think the market's going to like that. I think it's better for inflation problems. Canadian CPI came in higher than expected on the month-over-month core, which is the most important release, at 0.6% versus 0.4% expected. So that is the data right here. We'll put all the stuff up on screen. But yeah, that's the data. Again, market overall is like the dollar index has fallen, which is probably what you expect. U.S. housing starts came in at minus 8%. I'm going to put all this stuff up on our Twitter page as well, so give your boy a follow on Twitter if you can. I put out a couple different tweets for this stuff, but yeah, overall the data came in better than expected. I would say. I think with regards to building permits, lower data is probably going to be seen as better because of inflation problem. So less building permits is probably going to be seen as better because of inflation problem. But I know the commercial market is hurting right now. It is making the market pump up as we thought we might. And again, guys, remember today is the last, or tomorrow is the last day for the Top Step 25% off sale. So 25% is a very rare discount on Top Step. So to put it into perspective, right now on Top Step, you can get 25% off combines because they have their multiple express funded account option where you can take multiple express funded accounts and trade with up to 3 express funded accounts at one point in time. Again, you can get each one for very cheap right now. So you get it for very cheap. If you look at it right now, you can get the 50K combine. Let me see how much the discount is for $123, $124, which is very, very cheap. And again, what Top Step does is they give you a demo. If you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules, pass their testing, the base one's 50K demo. If you can hit 3K in profit while following their rules without losing more than, they give you, without hitting their max loss, which I believe is you got to hit 3,000 in profit on the 50K demo without losing 2K total or 1,000 a day. I think those are the rules, but be sure to check. Then they'll fund you 50 grand with a 90% split. And there's the futures market is where you want to day trade if you don't have a lot of equity. There's no PDT in futures, so you can day trade short, and you can day trade and short the SPY, essentially, the S&P 500 in futures, no PDT restrictions. Top Step is the most legit futures funded program in the world. And honestly, it's kind of the best of both worlds, where I think most people are going to lose these tests, but it's going to build you into a better trader, number one. And it's only $120 something a month. And that's for the lifetime of your subscription. So it's like, if you spend this now, you'll get $123 every month indefinitely. So as long as you're subscribed to Top Step, you'll get it for 123 something. Which is very cheap right now. And so you can kind of lock in a long-term cheaper plan if you've ever been interested in Top Step right now. Again, 25% off. They are a sponsor of mine. I'm certainly biased in their favor. But again, it's genuinely useful because once you're funded, you get to keep 90% anyway. And so again, very useful. If you lose, it's not the end of the world, but you get kind of the best of both worlds where you keep 90% once you're funded. Again, they pay out millions every year to their funded traders. They fund thousands of traders a year. So check them out. There's the link. Great way to help support the channel. Again, they are a sponsor of mine. That's the first sponsored plug we've done all day. Gold's starting to dip down here. So gold down to 2015s, 2014s to a certain extent. SPY ripped up on the building permit data. One thing to look at, guys, is the Dixie just popped up, broke the open highs right now for the dollar index. So the Dixie just popped up, broke opening highs here. And yeah, we'll see if we do anything. All right, we got a little dip in the SPY. Gold breaking down. Dollar index is loving life here. Let's see what bank stocks. I think right now bank stocks are still doing okay, but Goldman just down a lot. I'm really thinking about buying Goldman, but I think let me look at what Goldman's done over a 20-day period. All right, so Goldman's just up a little bit too much for my taste to buy it up here. Luckily, I think I took a little bit off of Bank of America, but. Johnson & Johnson. Yeah, Top Step's available in Canada, I'm pretty sure. I would reach out to them and make sure, or I would go to the link and make sure your country is available. I know if you go to the link I included in the description as well as the chat, there'll be a place where you can look for countries allowed, but I'm almost certain they allow Canadian. Let me check for you. Hold on. So yes, they do offer prop trading for Canadian residents. Gold popped back up again. SPY testing highs, just tapped over 416s, which is kind of crazy with how much the market has gained here. I think I may have the top step pitch memorized by now. Hey, listen, I've got it definitely memorized. But I mean, again, like people get weird, but I know you're not like this, but I think some people just get weird when I promote anything, you know. Um, but anybody in my shoes would be, having sponsors. Like I only have 2 sponsors, and I showed people my inbox the other day. Like, bro, I get people trying to sponsor me nonstop. I mean, when you're the greatest looking trader in the world, that's kind of what they do. Uh, but my point is, if I wanted to really like spam the stream with sponsored ads, I could. But I choose not to. I only have 2 sponsors. I really only do a couple plugs a day. We do about 1 plug every hour, which, we're completely free. We don't sell a course. We don't sell a service ourselves. Like we don't charge for any content. There's no paywalls behind content. Even becoming a member is just a way to support us. Like you don't really get any extra content. Because again, when we say we're free, we genuinely mean free. Now, of course, if you want to check out our sponsors, great way to help support the channel. But like, you don't need to buy anything here to watch our content or to use to view our content. What I wanted to do is just create a genuinely free place where we don't have any paywalls behind content, and so that's what we've done. And at this point, I couldn't offer a paid course or service if I wanted to because I'd get so much heat for it. Yeah, definitely top 3 top step promoters in the world right now. Definitely top 3. Give a coffee company. Yeah, I'm not promoting FTX. Don't make me take back the chill comment. Oh, I'm definitely top 3 chillest people in the world right now. Definitely top 3. You got to understand, it's a running joke of the channel, Sal, if you're just now joining the stream. Listen, we flow humility through us like water, okay? When you look this good, it's hard not to be humble. Or it's hard to be humble, but I mean, we somehow accomplish it, while looking good at the same time and being the smartest trader ever in the world. So, I mean, listen, top 3 for sure. Market's trying to push up. We'll see if it holds. Again, building permit data came out positive. I think because of inflation fears, building permit data coming out lower than expected is going to influence the market in a positive way, and the dollar in a negative way. And that's kind of what we got. And Goldman Sachs hasn't really done anything yet, though. Here's the dollar index. So dollar index is actually reversed and started heading up here. We'll see if it keeps going up. Netflix earnings today. Johnson & Johnson. Yeah, Johnson & Johnson's up. Too low a liquidity for me, though. And it's just not a big high-moving stock. It's just not a big percentage mover for Johnson & Johnson. It's pretty safe long-term if you look at it, but it just doesn't move a lot. Trader John or Trader Joe's next time. Yeah, we got some earnings this morning. We covered all the earnings already. We covered Goldman Sachs. We covered Bank of America. We covered Johnson & Johnson. We covered, there were a couple other ones too. We also had Lockheed Martin. Just to give you like a rundown here. Everything beat except for Goldman in terms of sales. But some metrics showed that they beat on sales too. But from what I'm showing, most of them beat. Ericsson beat. Mercantile beat. Bank of New York beat. Lockheed Martin, Goldman Sachs missed on EPS, or beat on EPS, missed on sales. Johnson & Johnson beat. Bank of America beat. So most of the banks did well. Now, again, we bought up Bank of America after the dip. We bought it up and then took some off. And now we're just holding a little partial position here. And it looks like taking some off there was the right move. Because even though it's dipping down some, we're still green in it. We're still gonna be green in it. And we'll probably cut it break even if it breaks down too much. I got lucky and bought before earnings, figuring I could hold it as long as needed if earnings came out bad. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, but of course, I have no idea if it's going to work. Good luck. Top 3, I try to watch every day. Great data with explanations. Hey, thanks, man. We try. I own Disney when Netflix announced. Yeah, Housing's out. Oh, wait, let me get this number off the screen here. Yeah, sorry, I put up all the data. I just realized that I didn't put all the data actually up on screen here. Housing starts data is here. Canadian CPI. Core CPI is the big Canadian release, and they came in neutral. Building permit data came in lower than expected on both. So lower than expected on both, which again did cause a positive response in markets. Yeah, so we'll put the building permit data up. Housing starts is up here too. Here's all the building permit housing starts data right there. Well, yeah, it's kind of weird dynamic where building permits came in lower than expected. That's initially weak for the dollar, of course. Everything else came out pretty neutral. Canadian CPI came out, which was neutral, and then a little bit higher for core CPI for Canada. Housing starts had higher and lower numbers, depending on whether you're looking at the percentage or the actual number. And so that's kind of what we see is like housing starts came in neutral. Building permit data came in lower than expected, which is again most likely going to be seen as a positive because of inflation fears, is what I'm guessing, and that caused the market to pop up. Countdown for what? SPY up to 416s. Yeah, SpaceX launch is not until tomorrow as well, guys. Not until tomorrow. All right, SPY testing that 416 level, but it's right up there. The dollar index is kind of having what's strange right now, and this is a weird nuance of the market that I've been seeing lately, is like if you look at the Dixie and the SPY right now. So let's zoom in on the SPY and then let's zoom in on the Dixie here like we've been doing. So like look at the correlation here. So again, SPY moves up, pulls back, bounces. Dollar index moves up, pulls back, bounces. And so there's almost a positive correlation between the Dixie and the SPY right now. Now, this upward movement in the dollar index should cause normally a drop in the SPY because there's generally like an inverse correlation there. But if there's a positive correlation, we'll see the SPY move up, which, you know, what it looks like to me is that it's not super correlated right now. But yeah, look at the dollar index move up. All right, dollar index still pushing up. SPY still moving up, but pulling back a little bit. Gold consolidating here. I'm going to put up Goldman Sachs here at the bottom. And see, Goldman is testing these lows. Bank of America is still green in Bank of America, but it did pull back under the VWAP here. It's mostly just choppy and sideways, though. So we'll see if it holds. All right, guys. So again, we're watching the Dixie here. The Dixie moving up, still back up to almost 101.78, 101.77 now. Green on the day so far. Yesterday was a really solid day as well. Why is the Nasdaq so bullish all of a sudden? I don't know. I mean, the SPY is bullish, so it's not just the Nasdaq. I mean, if you put up the Nasdaq chart and then you put up the S&P chart, it's pretty much the same thing, bro. And so it's not just the Nasdaq, it's the SPY. The reason these are up is because of mostly bank earnings came out positive. Almost all of them came out positive, except for Goldman. Goldman was the one that didn't do as well as all the other ones, but all the other ones came in basically positive. Bank of America beat EPS, beat sales. We had a lot of earnings this morning too. So Bank of America beat EPS, beat sales. Johnson & Johnson beat. Lockheed Martin beat. Bank of New York beat. Ericsson, Commerce Bankshare all beat. So I mean, we had a lot of beats today in terms of earnings and the last couple of days. Really here. So I think bank earnings are just kind of dragging everything else up with it. Dollar index moving up too, which is interesting. Generally, there's an inverse correlation between the Dixie and the market here. Let's see what Tesla's doing. So Tesla green on the day as well, but mostly consolidation. Yeah, what about Schwab? How's Schwab been doing, man? Schwab bounced all the way back up to over 50s, but it's still down a ton relative to where it was. And Schwab acquired a lot of different companies too over the last couple of days. Doesn't Schwab own TD Ameritrade? Yeah, so Schwab acquired TD Ameritrade. And I think my money's safe here, but I need to diversify a little bit. Buying the Goldman Sachs dip. No, I already bought the Bank of America dip, and I've already made money and took profit, and now I'm holding about 20% of my original position now, green, on it. But again, I don't know if I'm going to sell it. It depends on what happens at the opening bell, but yeah, I'm green on it. All right, guys. So look at dollar. The dollar is just ramping up today, back up to 101.82s right now. So the dollar index is moving up. The E-mini is mostly consolidating here, but still looking pretty strong. So it's a very interesting dynamic today, guys. It really is. Um, Very interesting dynamic today. We'll see what Tesla does. Tesla's kind of sitting at the top there. All right, starting to get a little bump up here. Again, we're still watching Bank of America. Schwab is one that's still down a lot. I don't know if I want to buy the dip or not. There goes Bank of America popping right back up. Again, like I said, we're still holding a piece of this. Not a huge piece, but a piece nonetheless. How do you trade pre-market? Well, you got to get a broker that allows you to do it. John, what is the mission statement of your channel? Oh man, if I had to think really hard about putting out like a mission statement, everything I believe in and like everything the channel's about, I would probably put it out something like, John is the greatest, most humble person ever. Definitely top 3 or something like that. Truly getting across like what the channel's about. Something like that. Tesla at 187.50s here. We got the dollar index at 101.80s. Again, Bank of America, rip it up. Over VWAP, over 31 at about 31.10s. We'll see if it holds. Sorry, bro. You asked for that one, man. Really what we're about is just putting out free trading content where we don't sell anything. We don't sell a course. We don't sell a service. We don't claim to be experts. We don't act like gurus. We kind of put everything out there for free. We don't charge for content. We don't even claim to be good traders. And again, I'm green on the year on TD Ameritrade, swing trading and day trading on TD Ameritrade. So, I mean, I'm green. But I'm not claiming to be an expert either. I don't need that stuff, man. Again, I'd rather just trade without pressure and without guaranteeing anything to anybody. E-mini finally pulling back. Again, Bank of America very volatile here. I'm still holding a little piece. I'm trying to see if there's any reason. Bank of America beats profit market, sees record inflows of 37 billion from new and existing clients. So that's good. And again, I'm holding this right now. Still moving up. Very strange price action here. What's all the volatility coming along for Bank of America right now? Okay. All right, Bank of America CEO. Oh, they're doing their earnings call right now is what it is. Their CEO says research continues to expect a shallow recession. That is what's going on right now. I think that's influencing the market here too, because again, they think a shallow recession is what they're expecting here. Still pop it up though, and again, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell if you haven't already here. I use a bunch of different ones. And again, guys, remember Top Step has their 25% off sale. It's only going to last for another day. And so you can get the Top Step base package, which is the 50K combine, where they give you a 50K demo. They test your profitability. If you can pass their profitability testing, then they fund you 50 grand with a 90% split. And they pay out millions every year to their funded traders in actual withdrawals. They fund thousands of traders a year. And again, the 25% off works for continuous months as well. So like you get 25% off for every month you stay subscribed to them, which is a pretty big discount. You get it for about $124 a month for the base package. And it really is the best of both worlds. Whereas like if you lose the testing, you probably would have lost more with real money and you're only down $124. But if you pass it, once you're funded, you keep 90% of your profit. So once you're funded, if you make 10K, you keep 9 of that. Regulated in the US. And again, they pay out millions, fund thousands a year. There's no PDT in futures, so you can day trade short futures. It's really Top Step is the easiest way to get your feet wet in futures. And when I day trade futures, and we'll do this at the opening bell today, I'm day trading the S&P, basically, the futures contract of the S&P. So pretty useful. And again, if you want to check it out, here's the link. I wish I would have had it when I first started trading. Yeah, I don't know what shallow means. But again, we're going to start taking a little bit more off of our Bank of America trade now that we're popping up pretty big. There we go. Nice moves. Again, I'm going to unload. I'm going to unload a little bit more here at the top. All right, just cut it. Even less now. So I will take it. Dollar index pumping up. Tesla's still struggling here. Tesla down at 187.20s. Dollar index is up there too. So dollar index has been pumping this morning, honestly. Looks like taking a little bit off at the top of Bank of America was the right move here as well, because let's pull it back a little bit now. And again, we've taken even more off now. E-mini pump it up a little bit. Again, we'll watch the dollar. Tesla dipping down some too. All right, dollar index just still breaking highs again. E-mini pulling back, dollar index still surging up here. So How's Apple doing here? I know Apple has been one of the biggest gainers ever since they announced Apple announced their 4.15%, their 4.15% savings account, which is much bigger. To put it into perspective, the average savings account interest is about 0.37%. Normal average return is 0.37%. So all right, so dollar index finally starting to pull back a little bit. We've already taken enough off of Bank of America to not worry too much about it. Nvidia sinking. Let's take a look at it. Here's the E-mini in the middle, but we can put the Nvidia. I'm looking at the dollar index finally starting to drop. There's not really a huge correlation. Let me see if there's any news that came out for Nvidia. There's got to be. Anybody know why Nvidia is taking such a dump right now? Is it microchips as a whole? Let me look up the news here. All right, so Microsoft is readying AI chip. So that's what this is Microsoft competition for Nvidia. That's what's going on here is I see. Yeah, Microsoft is developing its own AI, artificial intelligence chip, and that is making Nvidia dump and Microsoft rip here. Microsoft up to almost 300 here, man. Microsoft's been doing very solid over the last couple, months here. And again, what's going on here? We made a Twitter post about it, breaking the news. So again, if you want to give me a follow on Twitter, I certainly appreciate it. At Beginner Trades, we're pumping pretty close to 3,000 Twitter followers. So we're almost there. So listen, if you haven't already, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Again, at Beginner Trades, I'll put my Twitter page up here if you want to give your boy a follow. We appreciate it. There's the link right there. Yeah, I think it could. Nvidia bouncing up a little bit here too. Well, Bill Gates doesn't work for Microsoft anymore, Ernie. He is retired. So it's not actually Bill Gates' company anymore. He retired a few years ago. Nvidia dropping because Microsoft announcing a chip is like McDonald's dropping because John is opening up a burger shop. Yeah, I mean, listen, I know I'm the top 3 greatest ever, but Microsoft is a very famous worldwide company. It's one of the most successful companies in the world. And so it more likely, a better analogy there would be Nvidia dropping, would be like McDonald's dropping because, let's think of a better example. It would be like McDonald's dropping because it'd be like Nvidia dropping because Microsoft is putting out a chip. Would be like McDonald's dropping because Five Guys opened up a drive-thru. Is the equivalent of what that would be like. So again, my point is, I guess that got a little confusing. My point here is that Microsoft is not an irrelevant company. Microsoft is a huge tech company that is one of the strongest, especially over the last 3 weeks. And so them entering the chip space is a bad news scenario for Nvidia. It's certainly not something Nvidia wants, I'll tell you that. But I still think Nvidia will be fine. But it's not like Microsoft is irrelevant with regards to tech and chips. Yeah, definitely top 3 burgers in the world right now for sure. Microsoft price target 165. Why? You think Microsoft is going to lose what is that, like 70% of its, or no, I'm sorry. You think Microsoft is going to lose like 35% of its value, 40% of its value? Why do you think that? Like, I get it, people might not like these big tech CEOs. I get it. I understand. They disagree with them politically and a lot of other things. I understand that. But you don't want to let that cloud your judgment, brother. Because these companies are some of the most successful companies in the world. I think people are seeing that with, like, as a smaller example, I love Disney stock. I think Disney stock is a powerhouse company. I have been buying the dip every time Disney dips to 70 or dips to 80, 85, 90 bucks a share. I usually buy the dip in Disney. Every single time I buy it, I get Disney haters saying, "Oh, Disney, they're not going to see Disney's going to go to 50 or 40. It's Disney." They scoff at the trade. They make fun of it, right? And then Disney ends up ripping back up to 100, back up to 110s, 115s, and then it's just kind of quiet. And so I guess, like, I understand disliking some of these tech CEOs, but, like, you don't want to let that cloud your judgment to where you're thinking, Microsoft's going to drop 30, 40, 50%. I'm not saying it's not going to drop. I'm not saying it's not extended right now. But 30, 40, 50% drop in Microsoft is a little out there, I think, especially short term. Now, maybe long term, I don't know, but yeah, we'll see. Oh, he means 165,000 per share. Yeah, like I saw somebody tell me about a week and a half ago that they thought the SPY was going to drop 80%. And so like I did the math on that really quick. So like I did the math here, and like the SPY dropping to 80% or dropping 80% would be the equivalent. And I already know what the number is. It'd be, I did the math. It would be like, let's see what 80% here would be. It'd be like if the SPY hit $80 a share, right? It's just not going to happen. It'd be like the S&P hitting 800. And so I understand these bear predictions. I do. I understand. But like, you got to be realistic, I think, sometimes, Right, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I was looking at it off the top of my head. Pass, but yeah, 40% sounds right. I didn't actually calculate it, but I assumed it was something like that. SPY finally dipping down a little bit now. It took a while. Yeah, Disney makes so much money, man. Despite any other problems that people give them, Disney just Star Wars, Marvel, ESPN, Disney World, Disney Plus. They're just super diversified, man. So despite political, whatever that makes people not like them, Disney's a money making machine, bro. They are gonna make money. Diversified into all these different niches of business, media. Own a lot of big media brands that will start producing more movies. They will start producing more and more stuff as time goes on as well. They will announce new Star Wars movies, and that'll bump the stock most likely. They will, they'll announce new Marvel movies. Those will bump the stock up. And so, look at the dollar index, still just curling up here. Look at this. All right, let's get this ready. We're going to get ready to trade some futures today. We've been trading the regular E-mini. Gotten pretty used to it. To put like Tesla up here, maybe the dollar index, just to watch what goes on in the market right now. Here's the dollar index. There we go. Dollar index just surging up here. Look at this. Kind of surprising. All right, dollar index still moving up here. Very strong for the dollar, which is kind of surprising because retail sales came in lower than expected. So, see how this impacts the market. Again, here's the S&P 500. We have been trading the regular E-mini. Got about 11 minutes here. Team 11 minutes. You think Schwab is gonna? What do you mean by that? Go up or down, Amir? Yeah. Gold's been ripping. Yeah, so Bank of America has been pretty flat here. We got 8 minutes, guys. 8 minutes. Remember, we do have Netflix earnings this evening, so Netflix earnings are coming too. Yeah, I'm not betting with anybody like that. Yeah, I'm not going to bet with any random person in the chat. There's no guarantee they're going to send me whatever it is. And honestly, I'm just not big of a gambling person. I don't like making bets. Again, if I thought stocks, crypto were going to do anything, I would just trade it. I wouldn't bet with some random dude in the chat who I have no idea if they're going to send me money or not. You know what I mean? Of course, people could say, "Oh, I'd send it, bro." You know, but like one of those situations, bro. Come on now. Anybody lost that bet, they'd be gone in a heartbeat, dude. They would never come again. They would create another account and just be like, "Hey guys, my name's Bill. How you doing today?" Yeah, no, I'm not that dumb, bro. um, Yeah, but I'm talking about like betting somebody with somebody else. I play poker because I make money doing it, Brian. You know what I mean? Like I make money playing poker. But there's a difference between playing poker for money and being addicted to gambling. Again, there's a difference between poker and gambling. It depends on whether you have an edge or not. I don't think betting with anybody in the chat's going to be worthwhile. I actually don't like betting money. Like, I haven't had to deposit money in poker in years, to be honest. Not that I can remember, at least. And so it's not something that, like, I'm addicted to gambling. Every single time I've ever gone to an actual casino, anytime I'm up, I try to leave. Like the last time I went to Harris in New Orleans, and I made like $300 or $400 and limit hold'em within like 20 minutes. I got really lucky. I got like full house. I got quad aces. I got like a bunch of crazy stuff. And I was up like $300 or $400, and then I told Carol, "Hey, let's go. Like, I'm ready to leave." But Carol wanted to stick around and play slots and play baccarat, and so I was very much against staying. But like, point is, I'm just not a big gambling person. I don't like losing money. I don't get any rush losing money. I don't like doing it at all. And I think the size of my trades relative to my account size shows that. I think there's some people who are just addicted to the rush of risking big money. And I guess the point is, that's not me. Yeah, I looked you up, Saj, but no offense, man. You got a Facebook page that was built in 2017. The last post was in 2017. You got a LinkedIn page. There's no way to guarantee that the followers you have are legit. People can send tons of fake followers. The charity that I saw on your page was rerouted to some type of Facebook page instead of the actual website, man. And so again, no offense to you, but yeah, I'm not about to take that bet with you, brother. No offense. Canada CPI came in higher than expected for core, which is the more relevant release. Like, core CPI is the bigger release. Yeah, and maybe Saj is real. Again, I don't know. I've met some professional poker players that were legit. What was that your main profession? No. No, man. I do a little bit of everything. All right, Saj. Okay, Saj, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. And it's all good here, man. It's all good, dude. Like I said, it's all love here, bro. But when I Google imaged your profile picture, about 7 different names popped up using the same profile picture, brother. So how do you explain that, man? Genuine question. How do you explain that, bro? So you're trying to tell me, out of all those people using your same profile picture, the same guy in your profile picture, you're trying to tell me you're the real one and all the other ones are fake? Again, maybe you're telling the truth. I don't know. But again, am I going to take a bet with you? Absolutely not. I wish you the best, though. And again, you can hang out here. It's all good, Like I said, man, that might work with, like, my parents or like my grandparents or whomever, but like not me, man. I've watched Catfish one too many times for that. Okay. My daughter and I's favorite show is Catfish. All right. Like, we watch that show constantly. That's like one of the ways I teach my daughter never to trust anybody on the internet. Yeah, it's nothing against anybody here. I'm just not gonna make a bet with the chat, guys. Sorry, team. Market's about to open up. We got about 45 seconds, guys. Good luck. We'll see if we make some money today. Good luck. Can't help it. All right, about 10 seconds, guys. 10 seconds. All right, guys. Here's the opening bell. Good luck, team. Okay, we're still at Bank of America, but we've scaled out of like a large percentage of the position here. AMC starting to move back up. All right, there's the opening bell, getting a little bit of a dump down here. Again, Tesla testing the previous closing price. The dollar index has been ramping up today, too. We'll give Bank of America some time. All right, starting to get a little dump in the markets here. We're going to wait and let the market play out first before we take any big positions here. We've had a pretty good week. We're up a couple thousand this week, but I don't know if attacking the open right now is necessarily the right move. We're going to just try to be as patient as we can and just kind of sit here and wait and let the market trades come to me instead of forcing them. Look at Tesla flying back up, rebounding fast here. Bank of America dipping down, still green. Luckily, we took most of it off. If we break the previous closing price, we'll still be green, but we'll get out of it in that situation. Tesla ripped all the way up to the 200 EMA and then rejected the top of it. The dollar index still pumping up here, guys, at 101.91s. It's a big move for the dollar here, honestly. It's a big move. Part of me wants to short this, but there's two, like I see Tesla starting to break. I'm gonna take one contract short. It's a little bit early for this too, but I see Tesla falling down, so I want to give it a chance. It's slightly green. Very close to cutting it, but we're about break even now, but I want to give it a chance. I see Tesla consolidating around the lows. We break the high of this candle, I'm going to get out. But I'd like to let it break down to see if we can break lows real quick. There we go. There's somewhat of a flush. Bank of America ripped. I'm going to go ahead and cut it slightly green in the trade and not worry about it too much. Yeah, we're out. And then we're in this. We're trying to give it time to break. I want to let it. It's tested the bottom of that range. I'm green in it, but not very green. The only reason I might want to cut this is because Tesla's starting to rebound pretty fast here. But I like this upwick pressure. Yeah, I'm going to cut this. Again, it might end up breaking down. I'm going to get out pretty flat there. I see Tesla starting to rebound all the way back up to the previous close. That worries me because Tesla's like the number 6 weighted stock. And so if it's rebounding, other stuff has the chance to rebound too. And maybe I'll miss out on some gains here, but I'm not super concerned with it. And it looks like cutting it was the right move. Maybe we reject up here, but Apple slamming down. Very choppy opening bell, though. Might pull up the micro for now in the open. I don't want to take too much risk at the opening bell here. Apple starting to rebound back up too. Tesla bouncing back. Yeah, Apple's ripping up. Again, we got a very choppy open for a lot of different things. Tesla sideways, Apple starting to rip up to 166. But Apple, it might be leading the market in that regard because of their savings account thing. Somebody else corrected me, though, and they said the savings account from Apple is only a cashback program for card holders. So it's a little bit different. So you got to spend a lot, basically, with their credit cards. So they're going to be profiting on the back end anyway, I think. All right, flushing back down. Apple just rejected all the way back to the volume weighted average price. Again, we've got a very choppy trend for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 minutes. We took one trade, basically a flat trade. All right, SPY moving up, Tesla moving up. Uh, again, we basically had a big dip, and now we're kind of in middle range here. You can kind of see the size of this opening bell candle right here. So you can kind of see it. See just the overall size of this is large. So we're basically still within that candle's range here. That kind of candle engulfs it still. So looks like a red degree move potentially happening. But again, I'm just going to sit quiet right now. I just don't see anything that I necessarily like. Maybe we get a rejection at the volume weighted average price, or maybe we get something, but dollar index starting to pull back a little bit now too. Nice to see you, Saj. Have a good day, bro. Yeah, I see the little bear flag pawn. I'm just kind of waiting here. I just don't see any edge. No momentum yet. All right, starting to get a little bit of a rebound. We're starting to test that opening range high here. So far, chop, but slight green action over the last couple minutes. Just waiting for this to resolve. See if the big thing to watch is whether Tesla rejects at the volume weighted average price here. Apple in a slight uptrend, Microsoft in a slight downtrend. I think Microsoft's probably just a little extended on the upside here. We ended up cutting our Google trade this morning. Still a little early to tell if it was the right move, but we made a decent little gain from it. Good little percentage gain. Microsoft's still consolidating, trying to hold. But again, there's too much of a chance that we might pull a red to green move here. So we're just kind of sitting back, trying to patiently wait, see what happens. Tesla now testing the previous closing price. You can look at the previous closing price level up there. Just kind of sitting back here, guys. Yeah, 70. Listen, man, please don't pressure anybody to do anything. Not really what the channel's about, brother. I don't know if that's what you were doing, but yeah, pressuring doesn't help. The last person to tell me that the market was going to go short and that I shouldn't do what I was doing, the market ended up ripping up against what the person said, and I made money on the trade on the upside. But again, just pressuring people in any direction and getting mad if they follow your picks or don't follow their picks, or telling them they should follow your picks, it's just going to get you banned. Anybody in here, man, it's just not what we're about here. Channel's about pressure-free trading is all it really is. Hope you understand. I don't know if that's what you're doing, but all right, market pulling back a little bit again. Tesla rejecting at the previous closing price, right around the volume weighted average price level. Apple still struggling to break the highs that it's in, but still an upward trend here. But again, very neutral day. It's a day where a lot of stocks are trending against each other, like Microsoft downtrend, Apple uptrend, Tesla sideways trend. So there's not really a huge edge at this point in time. Tesla just ripped over the previous close. This is called Quant Tower. Platform I'm using is TradeNet's Quant Tower, or not TradeNet, TopStep's Quant Tower. Sorry, they both sound the same. Apple just ripped up and broke highs here. We'll see if that drags the market up. Tesla just did as well, so that's a positive sign. And so I'm leaning more towards buying a dip, but I gotta wait, I think. Micro E-mini pulling back a little bit. So again, I'm going to buy this dip, I think. A little piece of the position there. Apple is really kind of what's dragging the market up here, I'm realizing. I can switch to this here. Maybe that might be a little bit better. There we go. All right, so again, we're pulling back a little bit. I want to give this time to run. The only thing is like Tesla's right around the previous closing price. Um, Apple, on the other hand, is ripping up breaking highs at 167.20 here. So like look at Apple right now. So here's the dollar index. I'm going to put up Apple on the right side. Look at Apple just surging up. All right, so we're pulling back a little bit. There goes Tesla trying to creep up a little bit. We might add one more contract to this, fix the average a little bit, see if we get a little pop. But very small trade so far. I do want to give it time to potentially rebound back up there. But again, kind of a neutral market open. All right, there's a little unfortunate pullback, but it's a small trade right now. We break under this low. Okay, we're going to cut it. Oh, no. What am I doing here, man? Like a deer in headlights with this. Let's see. We got 4 contracts. We need to just sell regular. There we go. Yeah, I don't know where that drop happened, but certainly squeezed a lot of shorts out. But yeah, getting a sideways trend right now. We only lost about $50, which wasn't the end of the world there. But yeah, who knows what the market's getting us. Did we have some data come out? I don't think we did. Let me see. Goldman Sachs CFO says bank expects moderate stock buybacks in the second quarter. Yeah, so all this stuff is getting released. Massive wall on Apple. Yeah, it looks like a reversal back down to the downside now. But it's still so choppy. I'm trying to not force too like large of size here, in all honesty, just because the market is not. It's still within that engulfing candles range from the open. So it's still like not in a good range at this point in time. It's still very sideways, very slow. And we don't really have any big trend. I mean, Apple's trending up, Microsoft's trending down is kind of what it is. And that's kind of why we got these 2 behemoth companies that are kind of going against each other. And that's just making us have choppy trends right now. Like Apple breaks highs, but Microsoft kind of chops down. So yeah, until one of them starts trending with the other one, we're going to just sit tight. Yeah, this market's rough, Michael. I'd be careful, man. Not trying to influence anyone in the slightest. The info I give is so vague. I know. I was referring to your softball question, saying that you were going to give me information and whether I take the information and, use my trades is up to me, Yeah, I was just kind of following up with and again, I'm not saying you were saying anything. All I'm saying is it sounds a lot like stock picks. And again, I don't want stock picks from anybody else. Again, you can put them out in chat if you want, I guess, but just don't pressure anybody to take them. And I think your info's fine, just to clarify. 70. Yeah, I feel you. 70. It's all good, man. Market looks like a breakdown's incoming, but again, the only question mark regarding that is Apple. Apple is still surging up pretty heavily here. There we go. There's the big breakdown. Not bad. Maybe we'll look for a little bounce and see if we can short into some more here. Very quick surge back up. All right, we'll look to short a little pop here. I'm not going to take as big a size as I took before. 2 contracts, maybe add a little bit more if we get another pop back up here. We'll give it time though. I like the flush, but not enough quite yet. Might add a little bit more here. There's 4 contracts. See if we get a little flush and take 2 contract increments. That's what we're looking to do. See if we get a larger breakdown here. But again, we are sideways, so the edge isn't super profound, honestly, at this point. All right, we're going to take half off there. A little flush, take a little bit more off there. All right, we'll go ahead and take the rest off there. All right, so we're green on the day now. We're up about 70 bucks on the day. Called the breakdown. We told you guys, like, once we started rejecting at the top, the breakdown seemed a lot more likely. Apple starting to pull back a little bit. Microsoft still trending down. And so that's kind of why we're getting the bearish action here. It looks like Tesla's starting to break down as well, starting to drop everything too. Okay, all good. 70. Yeah, no worries, man. I mean, we're starting to get some movement now. Finally getting some bearish trends showing up. Big breakdown now. Yeah, too extended on the downside for me. We might continue back down. I'm not going to buy it up or anything like that, but I think I just got to chill and wait at this point. Again, we're slightly green on the day if you want to see the P&L. Again, we are up, about 70 on the day, give or take. I'll take it. Look at Tesla breakdown too. What's Nvidia doing with all this craziness? I know Apple's been surging up. Did Nvidia ever rebound? Yeah. Yeah, Nvidia basically bounced all the way back to where it was prior to the move. It's basically flat from when that announcement was made. Microsoft dumped at the open, on the other hand, and again, Apple surged up at 167s. Whatever in the Bank of America. I don't know. I cut mine at the open. Ended green on the day, but small green day. All right, so we do have Netflix earnings today, guys. Remember, we do have Netflix earnings. Market is basically at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 green or 7 red candles in a row. I mean, so again, I'm not going to necessarily short it here, but we're going to wait for a pop back and then maybe short that. I just don't know if I like this move here. It's not that I dislike it. It's just too extended on the downside for me to really want to attack it currently. Maybe it does something good, but again, it's just too extended, I think, on the downside for me to really want to mess with it here. So we'll see what happens. The Ravens have offered Lamar Jackson a deal that includes $200 million guaranteed per rap sheet on Pat McAfee show. Still red candles here. Again, too extended for me to short, too weak looking for me to long it here. So again, we're just kind of in this no man's land. We're green on the day. I'll take the green day so far, but I'd love to trade some more, but I'm not going to force it. I don't need to trade necessarily. I'm okay with just kind of hanging out. What's up, Dondrell? Hey, what's up, Tiny? Hey, good morning. Hope you're doing well. How do you think Netflix is going to do after hours? Well, it depends on what their earnings show up as, to be honest here. Really depends on what their earnings are. Earnings are good. Netflix will probably go up, of course. Well, look at this drop in the market here, man. Again, bro, let me see. Big weakness in the S&P. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 red candles. So the last 9 minutes, we've had nothing but red action here. And again, I think the market could have been extended. But look at this drops here. Could it be from some of the bank earnings calls causing bearish weakness? Is what I'm guessing it is. Maybe, I don't know, but it could be from these earnings calls causing weakness. I really don't know here. We'll see. All right, finally getting a little bit of green action here. Apple pulled all the way back to the previous volume weighted average price level. So again, Apple pulled all the way back there. We'll see if we bounce. I think you could argue for a bounce here, but again, I'm just not confident enough in a bounce here to really take anything. Could play some extension play, but again, I'm just not confident enough. Yeah, bank earnings. Well, I know bank earnings came out, Dondrell, but I'm assuming like we got some earnings calls underway. I could check Benzinga to see if any of these big banks that did earnings, like Goldman is supposed to be. Goldman released this morning, and I know they're gonna. Okay, so yeah, Goldman's earnings call is in progress right now. That is probably why the market is dipping like this. That's probably why the market's falling. So yeah, the Goldman CFO says going ahead, we'll be looking at reducing the position of Marcus loans. EU has agreed on the chip subsidies plan, according to Reuters. A delegation of about 15 senior reps of Australian companies and local government officials will make a 6-day visit to China starting in April 23rd. So the U.S. House Financial Services Committee has an oversight of the Securities Exchange Commission going on right now. Bank of America CEO says everything points to a mild recession. Could be what's dragging everything. I don't know. Again, we're slightly green today, but Apple trying to bounce. All right, so it could have bought the dip. Was thinking about buying the dip, but again, I think when the market drops down so much, regardless of how extended it is, it's still probably just a little bit risky to just buy up a falling knife, and so to speak, in that situation. So. Yeah, I mean Goldman had mixed earnings. They had good EPS, bad sales is what it was. So good EPS, bad sales. Um, like we got a little bear flag now, another one here for the SPY, but we went right down to the previous closing price actually and bounced directly off of that level here. So that's an interesting spot. And again, if you want to check out Top Step is the most legit futures funded program in the world. The futures market has no PDT rule. That's why most day traders trade futures. They don't trade stocks. You can day trade the S&P 500, which is essentially stocks, in futures with no PDT rule. And Top Step is the most legit funded futures program in the world. They give you a demo. They test your skill. Most people are not going to pass the testing at first because most people lose in day trading, regardless of whether it's on Top Step or not. Most traders lose. But the whole point of this and the value is like they give you a demo and they test your skills and they give you a profit target and a max loss. But the point is, it's a lot cheaper to lose this test than it is to put up, 10, 15K yourself and lose that. This is a cheaper way to learn. Trading is about learning how to lose and learning how to trade under pressure. And this gives you both of those things with much less risk. But if you still pass it, you still keep 90% of your profit. So if you pass the 50K combine, you get 50K in actual funding, depending on which package you choose, with a 90% split. So once you're funded, you still keep 90% of your profit anyway. So it's kind of the best of both worlds, where if you lose, it's not that much. It's only you can get the base package right now. There's a 25% off sale right now where you can get the base package for like $124 a month. So it's very cheap right now. And that lasts for the lifetime of your subscription. So $124 a month right now, and that'll happen next month and next month. As long as you say subscribe, you'll get the 25% off. Outside of that, it's like $160. And so you're saving a ton of money if you sign up. This sale ends pretty soon as well. But again, you get 25% off. Check out the link. They are a sponsor of mine. I'm super biased in their favor, of course, because they pay me money. And I'm biased in that way, of course. Anybody would be. But check them out. Great way to help support the channel. Really good way if you don't have that much equity. Like you see me trade on TOS. I've got about 140, 50, 60,000 in equity that I trade with regularly, in buying power, that is. But if you don't have money like that, Top Step's one of the best options to get around it. Can I do FX with them? I think you can trade some currencies, but I would reach out to them. Again, you can use that link if you want and reach out to them and check. I think you can trade some. Let me look it up. Chat, y'all might be able to help me out. Can you trade some currencies on Top Step? I believe you can trade a little bit. I don't know how much though. So they don't do Forex trading combine, but you can trade foreign exchange futures, as those should move similarly to any currency that is paired with the US dollar. For instance, you can trade 6E, which is basically the Euro US dollar. If you were an XAU USD trader, they do offer gold and silver futures. So instead of trading gold US dollar or silver US dollar, you can just trade gold and silver futures, which are going to move very similarly. The NQ is also a replacement for the NASDAQ or like the stuff like that. So you basically can. They're very similar in that regard, but it's not going to be actual Forex. And you can keep your first 5,000 and can withdraw after 5 green trading days, and it doesn't have to be in a row once you're funded. So a lot of edge to doing that. All right, market's mostly consolidating right now. I'm just not really finding like a huge edge in the market right now, guys. Apple sideways now. We'll see if the market breaks down some more, but I'll probably go ahead and close it down. I'm just not seeing any fun today at the open. But like I said, you want to check out Top Step, links in the description. One of my other sponsors here, guys. So one of my other sponsors is a company called Chart Prime, and they are very useful as well, to be honest. So like with Chart Prime, it's a trading view indicator service. So you can use it in stocks, you can use it in crypto, you can use it in Forex, you can use it in futures. Again, it's Chart Prime, so you can basically use it on anything you want to trade. Anything you want to trade, you can use it. And what they do is they give you custom reversal alerts, custom candlestick momentum patterns, all that good stuff. And they've given a couple since the opening bell today. And again, I can't fake what I'm about to show you. They are a sponsor, of course. Like I always say, I'm biased in my sponsor's favor because they pay me money. And I always try to be honest about that. But they've given 2 signals today at the opening bell. And again, I can't guarantee these are going to work. I can't guarantee these are going to make money, but I can't fake what I'm showing you here either. They give you the reversal down signal here, which was literally called the very top of the price action all day today. This one candle literally called the entire price action, and you can see the huge drop that happened afterwards. And the drop happened. They called the big breakdown today where we had all those red candles in a row. They gave you another one here. And again, you can kind of see we have rebounded from that one as well. They called a bullish engulfing candle here. We got a bounce back. A bullish engulfing candle here. You got a bounce back. And so they show you candlestick patterns, momentums. They show you the correlation with the dollar index, Bitcoin correlation. Right now, there's a low negative correlation between the dollar index and the market. And you can also see in pre-market, they do the same thing. Very useful company, very useful company. And again, just powerful. Like look at yesterday. Look at yesterday's day trading as well. Look, reversal down, drop, reversal up, bounce, reversal down, literally at the very top, reversal up, bounce, reversal up, bounce. So I can't fake that. Genuinely useful. It's $35 a month if you use my link and get 40% off. $35 a month. So very objectively cheap, in my opinion. Objectively cheap. And you can use them on any time frame as well. Like here's an hourly chart. You know, if you want to put up an hourly chart, some of this can be really powerful in terms of like using them to find reversals and breakdowns. Like, look, here's 2 hourly chart reversal alerts. Look, reversal down, drops over hours and hours. Reversal down signal here, drops over like basically the all day, the entire day. And so again, can be powerful here in all honesty. It's called Chart Prime. Again, stocks, crypto, Forex, futures. I'll post this link and then I'm going to go ahead and get out of here, guys. I appreciate the love and support, team. A little bit slower day for me. We are green. We're up like $70. And so that's a pretty small day for me, but it's all good here, guys. Y'all be safe in the market. I will post this link in chat if you want to check it out. Good luck. Y'all be safe. I'll see you guys back later on this evening for Netflix earnings. I'll be back later on today. So I'll see you guys then. Good luck. It prints them immediately after the candle closes, and it doesn't reprint the reversal alerts. So no reprinting on reversal alerts. Prints them right after candle closes. And like I said, I can't fake what I was showing you. I can't guarantee you're going to make money. Biased in their favor. They're a sponsor of mine.